Good morning, Srivastava sir.
Sir, good morning. Good morning, Srivastava sir.
A very marvelous and very charming good morning and hearty warm welcome to our chief guest, our distinguished speakers of the day, all the executive members of Indian Association of Physics Teachers, Regional Council 1, and my dear participants. I am Poonam Jain, your host and the Executive Council member of Indian Association of Physics Teachers, Regional Council 1. Welcome you all for the day one of the 9th Annual Convention of Indian Association of Physics Teacher, RC1. The theme for today's convention is Emerging Trends in Assessment and Evaluation in Physics. There are some sub-themes also. They are as follows. Number one, the trends in assessment and evaluation in secondary physics. Then trends in assessment and evaluation in tertiary physics. And last, trends in evaluation in national and international competitions in physics. Before beginning with the formal session for the day, this is to inform you that this session is being recorded and streaming live on YouTube and Facebook. Also, there is an important announcement for the participant. Kindly post your queries and questions related to talk in the chat box only. This is the announcement for the invited talk speakers and the other speakers. The time allotted for invited talks are 25 minutes followed by 5 minutes for question and answer. I request all the speakers to kindly complete their talk within the allotted time so that our moderator can take the queries of participants related to the talk. The time allotted for paper presentation is 15 minutes, which is further bifurcated as 12 minutes for the talk and 3 minutes for the question and answer session. So I request the participants to kindly complete their presentations within the stipulated time. Now, all the participants are requested to mute their mics during the whole session for the smooth conduct of the session. Without further ado, now I request Dr. M.S. Bhandari, the Secretary, Indian Association of Physics Teachers, Regional Council 1, for the welcome and introduction about IAPT. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Poonamji. A very good morning, everyone. Indian Association of Physics Teachers, a major and well-reputed organization established by late Dr. D.P. Khandelwal in the year 1984, has local in every state. IAPT RC1 is chapter of IAPT for Delhi and Haryana. We organize various activities for promotion of physics and physics education. 9th Annual Convention of IAPT is on emerging trends in assessment and evaluation in physics. Here is another proud moment for us to have an opportunity to welcome our distinguished chief guest, Professor H.C. Pradhan, former director, Homi Bhabha Center for Science Education, TIFR, Mumbai. We are honored to have with us distinguished speakers, Professor B.N. Jagtap, Department of Physics, IIT Mumbai, Professor C.K. Ghosh, former director, NCIDE, IGNOU, New Delhi, Professor B.P. Tyagi, Chief Coordinator, Examinations, IAPT, former Professor, DBS PG College, Dehradun, Dr. Atul Modi, former Associate Professor, VES College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Mumbai, Dr. Ravi Bhattacharya, Coordinator, Asian Physics Olympiad, former Associate Professor, SGTB Khalsa College, New Delhi, Dr. Anvesh Majumdar, National Coordinator, Science Olympiads, Homi Bhabha Center for Science Education, TIFR, Mumbai, Dr. Shirish Pathare, Physics Olympiad Cell, Homi Bhabha Center for Science Education, TIFR, Mumbai. Dr. Shamla Bodhane, Associate Professor, Department of Physics, St. Xavier College, Mumbai. Dr. Tapomoy Guha Sarkar, Department of Physics, BITS Pilani. Dr. Mahesh Shetty, Department of Physics, Wilson College, Mumbai. Dr. Satyendra Pratap Singh, Associate Professor, Department of Physics, Shiv Nadar University, Gautam Budh Nagar, UP. Dr. Kaustubh Manchanda, School of Arts and Sciences, Ajim Premji University, Bengaluru. Madam Priyadarshini Ghosh, Physics teacher, the British School, New Delhi. We appreciate your gesture. It is very generous of you. You could spare your valuable time to share knowledge with us. On behalf of entire physics fraternity, I welcome you all. We are proud members of a family in which everyone is willing to share this knowledge and experience with others. I want to introduce some of them with you. Paper presenters for today's program are Dr. Meeta Luthra, Associate Professor, Bhaskaracharya College of Applied Science, University of Delhi, New Delhi. Dr. Amit Kumar, Associate Professor, Bhaskaracharya College of Applied Sciences, University of Delhi. Madam Rachana Rishi, Amity International School, Mayu Bihar, New Delhi. Madam Shailaja Saluja, Dr. M.K. Arya Model School, Panipat, Haryana. On behalf of IAPT, I welcome you all. I welcome faculty from Delhi University, NCRT, school, colleges and universities, IITs, IISER, NISER, members of IAPT and DSTF. First of all, I would like to introduce IAPT to all our honorable participants, especially those who have joined us first time. IAPT has various programs for the teachers, school and college level. We organize various programs at central level and at RC levels for the promotion of physics. Just to mention some of the activities are Ved Ratna Memorial Lecture. In this program, eminent scientists from physics fraternity enlighten us with their extraordinary work and give us valuable knowledge about the subject. IAPT holds regional competitions on innovative experiments in physics. It holds training workshops on hands-on approach of teaching physics. In this program, our main focus is on making learning of physics more interesting and comprehensive. At the central level, IAPT organizes various examinations of international review. Some of them are National Standard Examination in Junior Science, popularly known as NSEJP. This examination leads to International Olympiad in Junior Science, National Standard Examination in Physics, Chemistry, Biology, and Astronomy, popularly known as NSEP, NSEC, NSEB, and NSEA, National Graduate Physics Examination, NGPE. These are some of the activities to name. Due to time constraint, it is not possible to elaborate and mention all the activities. With this, I again welcome our distinguished chief guest, our honorable participants and respected guests. Thank you very much. Over to Poonam ji, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for enlightening our audience about the IAPT and giving so interesting introduction. Now, I request Dr. S.K. Singhal, Treasurer IAPT RC1, for introducing today's program to our participants and the guests present over here. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Poonam ma'am, and all the esteemed guests. and IIPT faculty members, IIT team members. Very good morning to all of you. Today, we all gathered here for this our annual program, and with the theme of emerging trends in physics assessment. You all know the IIPT is working from long for the upliftment of the education system and various activities in the country. So today we have sessions by the experts as well as some paper presentation. So different national educational policies proposed in the last few decades have not produced enumerated and desired improvement in the quality of physics education in our country, be it a secondary level or tertiary level. In spite of the corresponding circulars and reforms and large-scale teacher training program, science educationists and practicing teachers realize that the best way to improve the quality of physics teacher and physics education is through the reform and assessment practices and corresponding implementation by examining bodies, both at secondary and tertiary level, to introduce different types of tools and techniques, bound out research in the science education to improve the quality of assessments in view of desired 21st century skills. The theme and sub-theme of the upcoming annual convention of the Indian Association of Physics Teachers, Regional Council, Delhi, Haryana, is designed to address this concern. Experts from the secondary and tertiary sectors will be invited to share their experiences of designing new innovative tools and technique, both offline and online. For assessment of physics papers will also be invited from the practicing teachers. As you all aware, the CBSE has also changed the pattern of evaluation this year, and this pattern match, it means CBSE is trying to match this pattern with the pattern of the competitive examination, because earlier there was a difficulty by the many students facing the problem in preparation of CBSE as well as competitive level. But at present, this pattern match with all these existing pattern of the competitive examination. So during this convention today, we have certain themes. First theme, there will be theme 1 that we have, sub theme 1, trends in secondary physics assessment. Sub theme 2, trends in tertiary physics assessment. Sub theme 3, trends in assessment in national and international competition in physics, NSEP, NGPE, INPHO, APHO, IPHO. During this convention, under theme 1, we have 3 invited talks and 2 paper presentation. Theme 2, there will be 6 invited talks and 2 paper presentation. And under theme 3, there will be 4 invited talks. So I think we should start the program now. I'm requesting you to the Poonam ma'am to take over. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the introduction of today's program so well. Today we are honored to have Professor H.C. Pradhan sir. He is a former director, HBCSE TIFR Mumbai, as chief guest. So now I would like to invite Professor V.P. Srivastava sir, the President IIPT RC1, to introduce our chief guest. Over to you, sir. Sir, you are on mute.
सर स्क्रीन के नीचे लेफ्ट कॉर्नर पे होगा.
Am I now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Perfectly fine.
Okay, fine. Namaskar. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure and honor to introduce Professor S.C. Pradhan. Professor Pradhan has been a brilliant student throughout his career.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for introducing our chief guest. Now I welcome Professor Pradhan for the address to our audience.
Adjust your video. Just one moment. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah. I think my screen has been lost. I'll take half a minute to restore it. Okay.
Sir, but you are visible to us.
Oh, that's good. That's fine. I mean,
But sir, face is not visible properly. So
yeah. I'll do that. Is it okay now?
No, sir.
no, sir.
No, I think I need to sort of, restore my
सर स्क्रीन थोड़ा सा पीछे पुश कर लीजिए. हाँ,
Yes, yes. Now it is perfectly all right, sir. Yes. Can you speak something, sir?
Yeah. Is it okay now?
Yes,
Yeah.
it is
Yes, sir,
perfectly fine.
perfectly fine.
The screen is visible to me also, because the technology is always some such problem that you don't know when actually it misses you, just as it happened with Professor Srivastav this morning. Thank you, Professor Srivastav, for such a patient and long introduction. And I'm really happy that I'm with all my IIPT colleagues, and especially many colleagues from different institutions all over the country. And I know that this is your 9th convention, and Regional Council #1 from New Delhi is one of the most active regional councils of the Indian Association of Physics Teachers. And I have been very much proud of the association that I have had with IIPT for the last several years. From 2013 to 2018, I was the president of this association, and I have come in touch with most of the regional councils and most of the active people. And I know that especially RC1 is one of the most active regional councils. I know about your programs because I used to regularly see the reports in the IIPT bulletin. I know about your Anveshika and so many training programs that you conduct and so on. And I must compliment you for all the work that you are doing and setting up an example for all the regional councils of India. And especially your convention has been a very good occasion when you have very serious academic discussions. And this convention also is not an exception to that. In fact, I'm really sort of glad that the kind of theme that you've taken, evaluation, is very critical. And my own belief is that evaluation is the key to good education. And all over the world, I think they don't not only have teaching that is good, they don't have not only have research, but they also have equally competent evaluation. Because to me, evaluation is part of learning. I mean, see how much you learn, how you come to can be tested through evaluation. And evaluation should be taken in that spirit, not as something the students are filtered with and ranked, but something that helps students to realize how much they have learned, and something that makes also teachers realize to what extent their teaching has been successful. And I look at evaluation that way. And my belief is that evaluation is also sort of a kind of problem solving. Because I personally feel that evaluation should not be just theory-based, as it is normally with our exams and so on, but it should be problem-based. Students should be challenged always through evaluations and so on. And that's what is done abroad. So problem solving, and not only that, but I'll go beyond that. Problem solving should not really be sticking only to theory, but problem solving also can be taken as part of your experimental component of teaching. And in fact, if you really know the International Physics Olympiad, the practical examination that they have there is actually a kind of problem solving. I mean, they look at all the exams as problem solving. The theory has 3 problems to be solved. And then experiments usually have either 1 or 2, either extending for 2.5 hours each or full 5 hours each. And each experiment is like a problem, like a project. And I think to what extent students really take up that as a challenge. In fact, they are given a theme, and it turns out that they have to take the theme and out of the theme develop their own kind of design for research, and to what extent they can actually connect theory with with the actual problem that is on hand is very, very important. And to what extent they do that? Because I have found that the best experimentalists in the world are the ones who connect theory with their skills and with actually sort of verification or maybe development of new physics through their experiments and so on. So I think this very often this understanding which goes connects between the two is known as procedural understanding. And I believe that, what we have to do is also, emphasize on procedural understanding. And I find especially the kind of sessions that you have today will be sort of, will enable us all to think about that. And in fact, with RC1 taking the lead in this whole business, I believe that, we can take up evaluation seriously, not only for theory, but also for experiments. And it is the experiments where I think our students lack. I must say that we are very, very good. Most of our people go abroad and do well. They do well in, especially they do well in the case of, theory-oriented subjects. Like, like IT. They know how to sit at the computer and do things. But, doing things with hands is something that we lack. And that is very important. And I think our programs, especially like Anveshika, like, Olympiad programs and so on, will enable students to take up that challenge too. I don't say that our students are not talented. Even there, within a few months or so, they pick up very well, and they compete with the international students at the Olympiad level also. But I think we have to develop that kind of culture in our schools. And we've been trying to do that. And I believe that one of the most important objectives that IIPT has been following is that. And I think I must also remember that this is the 100th anniversary of Professor D.P. Khandelwal, who founded IIPT. And I think he had many, many fond ideas. One of the fond ideas that he had was actually, set up good laboratories around. And then around the laboratories, he wanted to set up what would be called the centers for science culture. We have one science culture center at Midnapur, but the others which were supposed to have come up didn't come up. So it is up to now various regional councils to take up, that task which is remaining. And
I think there is a technical glitch. There is a power cut at Pradhan sir's place. Let's wait for another 1 minute.
I think there is some technical issues. Wait for a minute.
Yes, I was right. Sir has the power cut at his place, so he is about to join via phone in a minute.
Poonam sir is joining.
Yes, yes, he is joining via phone. Yeah, sir has joined.
Now,
Yeah, sir has joined. Sorry for this delay. Sir, kindly unmute yourself.
audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes. More or less, I had finished, so I won't sort of go on further. Okay, I know that the proceedings of today's workshop will be very, very exciting, and I wish more and more people from all over the country participate in such workshops, and we should hold such workshops periodically, because we know that we have to actually part of the whole physics community of not only Delhi, but also the whole country. And I think the IPT mission is to go to as many people as possible. And I wish this workshop great success. I know that there are real experts on various topics, and I think all the participants will benefit from whatever the expertise they have. And also, I believe that there are very distinguished lecturers who will be in fact, as far as possible, I'll also see if I can be part of the proceedings or so today. I think the link is the same, isn't it? Poonam madam? Hello?
Yes, sir.
The link for the whole program today is the
Will
same,
continue
right?
the same.
Yeah.
Tomorrow,
Yes, sir.
I think the link is
Sure.
different.
Sure. So once again, congratulations for all the work that you're doing. Congratulations for holding this workshop. And thank you very much for inviting me. It's been a pleasure. It's always a pleasure to be with my colleagues, especially those from Delhi and NCRT and other organizations. And thank you once again. Thanks once again. And I declare that this workshop is inaugurated.
Thank you so much, sir. I am myself is so delighted to have you here. I hope my participants are also delighted to have the words of wisdom from you. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation and give blessings to us. Now I request Dr. R.K. Tiwari, the Vice President, Indian Association of Physics Teacher, Regional Council 1, to propose vote of thanks to our distinguished chief guest. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Poonam ji. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to pay my gratitude and best wishes for Navratri. Navratri are going on, और ये बहुत अच्छा हमारा समय है जब हम इस प्रकार की गतिविधि को अंजाम दे रहे हैं. We are fortunate to have such a dignitary of physics today for our annual convention. Dr. Pradhan, am I audible to all? Hello?
Yes, sir, perfectly audible.
Dr. Pradhan is just like the pole star of physics, and we are fortunate enough to have such a brilliant and educative talk from him. I pay my vote of thanks to all the participants, Dr. Pradhan, our President, Professor Srivastava, our team of RC1, Professor Bhattacharya, Dr. Anvesh ji, Dr. Shreesh ji, Dr. Sarkar ji, Professor B.P. Tyagi ji, Dr. Manchanda ji, Dr. Mahesh, Dr. Rachna, Dr. Neeta Luthra, सहजवानी जी और दिल्ली साइंस टीचर फोरम की हमारी सेक्रेटरी प्रज्ञा नोपानी जी. बड़ा अच्छा अवसर है ये, और इसका सब्जेक्ट भी बड़ा अच्छा है, इवैल्यूएशन. अगर हम देखें तो हम पाएंगे कि बचपन में जो प्राइमरी एजुकेशन होती है उसमें हम कहते हैं लर्निंग आउटकम, कि हमने जो पढ़ा उससे लर्निंग आउटकम हमारा क्या मिला. मिडिल और सेकेंडरी लेवल पर हम जाते हैं तो कहते हैं कि बच्चे ने कितना समझा, अंडरस्टैंडिंग लेवल कितना है बच्चे का. और जब हम ऊपर जाते हैं सेकेंडरी लेवल, सीनियर सेकेंडरी लेवल और ग्रेजुएशन लेवल और पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन लेवल, तब हमारा इवैल्यूएशन शुरू होता है. और ये केवल बच्चे का नहीं होता, अध्यापकों का भी इवैल्यूएशन होता है. तो RC1 जो ये काम कर रही है उसके लिए अभी प्रोफेसर प्रधान जी ने हमें गोल्ड मेडल दे दिया, और अभी तो प्रोग्राम शुरू ही नहीं हुआ और उन्होंने हमें गोल्ड मेडल दे दिया कि IAPT RC1 सबसे अच्छा काम कर रही है, और वो हमारे प्रयासों से बहुत प्रसन्न है और प्रफुल्लित है. सर, प्रधान सर, हम आपका स्वागत करते हैं, आपका धन्यवाद करते हैं, और ये बात हम मेंशन करना चाहते हैं कि जितना भी कार्य RC1 कर रही है उसमें हमारे पूर्व प्रेसिडेंट डॉक्टर OP शर्मा और प्रेजेंट प्रेसिडेंट प्रोफेसर VP श्रीवास्तव जी ने इतनी मेहनत की है कि उसका कोई सानी नहीं है. प्रोफेसर श्रीवास्तव दिन रात IAPT RC1 के उत्थान में लगे रहते हैं, और उनके साथ जो टीम काम कर रही है उसमें प्रोफेसर भट्टाचार्य जी हैं, डॉक्टर जयवीर सिंह जी हैं, डॉक्टर क्या नाम भंडारी जी हैं, डॉक्टर सहजवानी जी हैं, डॉक्टर पूनम है, डॉक्टर सिंगल है, डॉक्टर भंडारी जी हैं. ये सब दिन रात लगे हैं प्रोफेसर श्रीवास्तव जी के साथ. हमें एनर्जी प्रोफेसर श्रीवास्तव देते हैं कि वो इस उम्र में इतना काम कर सकते हैं, तो हम में क्या कमी है. और आप देख रहे हैं, स्क्रीन के ऊपर देख रहे होंगे कि जितने भी IAPT RC1 के कार्यकर्ता हैं, सबके चेहरे पर रौनक है, चाहे वो 80 साल के हैं या कोई 30 साल का है, सबके चेहरे पर समान रौनक है. और सर, प्रधान सर, और आपकी चेहरे की रौनक देखकर तो हम प्रफुल्लित हो गए. इस उम्र में आपने इतना काम किया है फिजिक्स के लिए कि हम तो सोच भी नहीं सकते. तो हमारा प्रयास यही रहेगा कि जो पद चिन्ह आप छोड़कर जो छोड़े हैं आपने अपने पद चिन्ह और जो कार्य आप कर रहे हैं उसके लिए IAPT-RC उनका अनुसरण करती रहेगी और बच्चों में साइंस और फिजिक्स और मैथमेटिक्स को क्योंकि सबसे बड़ी समस्या यही आ रही है कि बच्चों का ट्रेंड साइंस की तरफ से अंडरस्टैंडिंग से हटकर वो अधिक से अधिक इंजीनियरिंग और मेडिकल की तैयारी की तरफ चले जा रहे हैं। इसलिए इन सब्जेक्ट्स का इवैल्यूएशन बहुत जरूरी है और साथ में जो बच्चों की मानसिकता है, जो बच्चे अब पढ़ रहे हैं चाहे सेकेंडरी लेवल पर है, चाहे वो ग्रेजुएशन लेवल पर है, चाहे वो पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन लेवल पर है, उनकी साइकोलॉजी को, उनकी रिसर्चेस को चेंज करना पड़ेगा, उनको रिसर्च की तरफ लाना पड़ेगा, नए नए इनोवेशंस हमें करने पड़ेंगे। मैं एक बार फिर सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स का, इस समय 115 पार्टिसिपेंट्स मैं देख पा रहा हूं स्क्रीन के ऊपर आ रहे हैं, 115 पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं। दिल्ली साइंस टीचर फोरम है, NCERT है, डॉक्टर गगन गुप्ता है, इन सभी का मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं और आशा करता हूं कि प्रोफेसर प्रधान अपना आशीष की वर्षा इसी प्रकार IAPT-RC1 के ऊपर करते रहेंगे, इनकी ब्लेसिंग्स हमें इसी तरह मिलती रहेंगी। सर, आपके आने से हमारा IAPT-RC1 गुलजार हुआ, हम आपके बहुत बहुत धन्यवादी हैं। वी हार्टली pay our gratitude and thanks to Dr. Pradhan and all the participants. So nice of you. Happy Navratri. Dhanyavad. Over to Poonam ji.
Thank you so much, sir. With this vote of thanks, now we are starting with our invited speakers. So in the today's row, we have our first speaker, Dr. Anvesh Mazumdar, National Coordinator, Science Olympiad, Homi Bhabha Center for Science Education, TIFR, Mumbai. He is going to speak on the topic, Evaluating Theoretical Tasks in the Physics Olympiad. I welcome you, sir, on behalf of IAPT-RC1. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Jain. And let me share my screen first. Is the screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everybody. And I'm very happy to be here. This is the first time that I'm speaking in an IAPT Regional Council Convention. And thank you, Professor Srivastava, for inviting me and asking me to share some views on the evaluation practices in the Olympiads. So, and I'm very glad to see many of our colleagues here who are especially connected with the Olympiads. Professor Tyagi is here, Professor Ravi Bhattacharya is here, and of course, Professor Pradhan has been there at the Olympiad program all throughout, so nothing new there, and so are Professor Tyagi and Professor Bhattacharya. So let me begin. I believe we are running a bit late on time. So today I will be speaking in my talk only on the theoretical tasks in the Physics Olympiad, and after me, my colleague Shirish Pathare will focus on the experimental tasks. So I begin with a very brief introduction of the Physics Olympiad. I'm sure most of you know all about it, but still there might be others who are not so familiar. So first I'll talk about the International Physics Olympiad, which we call IPHO. This is a worldwide competition for high school students. This started in 1967. This is held every year in a different country across the globe. And typical participation in recent years has been that there are about 90 countries now participating with about 400 students. Each country can bring a maximum of 5 students. India has participated with 5 students in every year since 1998, except the last 2 years. In 2020, the event was cancelled due to the pandemic, and in 2021, we had to unfortunately withdraw, again because of pandemic concerns. So India has done very well in the Physics Olympiad in the IPHO, as you might be knowing already. that nearly, more than 40% of our students have secured the coveted gold medals, and not a single student has come back empty-handed actually. India also hosted the IPHO in 2015 in Mumbai, and many of the members present here were involved in that program, which went on for more than a week. And I'll be talking a little bit about some of the tasks there. The academic structure of the IPHO follows in the following way, that there are 2 exams. First is a 5-hour theoretical test, which contributes to 60% of the total marks. And in this 5-hour exam, there are only 3 tasks or 3 problems, each of 10 marks. So you can imagine that these problems are quite difficult and take quite each problem takes more than 1.5 hours to solve for the students. And on the experimental side, about which Shirish will speak later, this has typically 1 or 2 tasks. This is also a 5-hour test, and this has a total of 20 marks. The question papers, that is the tasks, are set by the host country, but they have to be ratified by a jury of international readers just before the Olympiad exams are held. And the marking of them, the assessment, is done by the graders of the host country, as well as by the leaders of each participating country for their own students. And they coordinate the marks finally in a moderation session where the final marks are frozen. On the national scene, we run a yearly program to select and train the national team. So this has about 4 levels. The first level you're all familiar with, the National Standard Examination in Physics, this is the NACP. This actually predates the Olympiads. This is conducted by IAPT since 1987. And this is typically a 2-hour exam with multiple choice questions, most of which have only 1 correct option, and there are some questions with multiple correct options. This has been the pattern recently. The second stage is the Indian National Physics Olympiad, or the INFO. This is conducted by HPCSE for about 300 students who qualify through the first level exam. This is a 3-hour exam with 5 to 7 detailed answer questions. And then the next 2 stages are the orientation cum selection camp and the pre-departure camp, which are all held at HPCSE. These are in the OCSC. We select finally the 5-member Indian team. So let me describe the basic principles of the assessment in the Physics Olympiad, because the Olympiads are a little different from the typical competitive exams. The Physics Olympiad movement is primarily aimed to motivate young students to develop an interest in physics and to take up a career in physics. So the idea is to excite them. So it's a competition, of course, it's international competition, and the national level also is a competition, but it aims to do much more than that. It's actually an educative experience for all concerned, for the students as well as for the teachers and the evaluators. This is aimed to excite all of them in physics. So the assessment in Physics Olympiad is, of course, aimed to distinguish the students with the highest ability in physics from the rest. But at the same time, the task should not be so difficult or, so formidable as to drive students away from physics. So there must be something for everybody. So every student must be able to get a foothold, which makes them eager to learn more and to explore more in physics. So the design of the questions, therefore, are very different from textbook problems or other standard examinations that we have, whether the board examinations or the competitive exams. These are very different kind of problems. They often touch upon natural phenomena and real life problems and reflects the way physics is practiced by researchers. And correspondingly, the evaluation must be fair, transparent, and most important, uniform for everybody. And there is a balance between reward for knowledge and skill, but also penalty for mistakes. Okay. So what are the basic criteria? How do we develop such questions? So I will be talking a little bit, so my talk will be roughly in 2 parts. In the first part, I will describe how the questions are developed, how do we make such questions. And I shall be focusing on the long questions, not the MCQs. I will not have time to talk about the MCQs. I believe there are other speakers in this workshop who will talk on the MCQs. I shall be talking about the long questions that are developed in the theoretical part of the Physics Olympiad. So we can go by several basic criteria. So the first and the most important, of course, is the science behind the question on and B. I mean, is there any any doubt about the science, this should not be there. And so there must be what is called content validation in physics education research, and that somebody must check that the question is theoretically sound, and this is done by independent experts. By independent, I mean that people who are not involved in the formulation of the problem. The problem must be vetted by independent experts in the field. Is it within the prescribed syllabus? Now, the Physics Olympiad is not bound by a very strict syllabus. It's a common practice to go a little beyond the syllabus, but all new ideas must be adequately explained. So in the question itself. And another feature is that often we give the necessary equations or the formulae or some data which we do not intend to test. Okay, so we help the student by giving so it's not a memory test. So we give the necessary information. And then the next criteria is that is the statement of the problem clear and unambiguous? Are all idealizations and approximations clearly stated? So to do this, as simple language as possible should be used, because one has to keep in mind that in the international competition, of course, the question is translated into various languages by the leaders. Even on our national scene, the question papers are now made in English and Hindi, but we know that language can be a barrier. So we try to use as simple language as possible. And assumptions or idealizations that are not immediately obvious must be stated clearly. This also helps in the marking later. Then is the level appropriate? So the question should have a progression in difficulty, because these are long questions, these take time to solve. So the question must start with some easy parts and then go on progressively to become harder and harder. Overall, a very hard question favors only the very best or the very lucky, if somebody can make an intelligent guess. On the other hand, a very easy question does not serve the purpose of filtration that we want in the question. So this can be taken as a rule of thumb that 25% students should be able to solve only 30% of the problem. 50% should get about half the marks. They should be able to solve the 50%. These are the standards set by the International Physics Olympiad. 20% should get about 80% of the problem, and only to solve the full problem, it should be only for the top 5% of the students. This is just a rough guideline. Does the question test a variety of skills? So these questions can test various skills, of course, conceptual understanding, most important, mathematical formulation and solving, numerical skills, schematic graph plotting, ability to make qualitative arguments based on good physics, and sometimes visualization skills of the student. So the questions are designed to bring in all these components typically. A good question should have several of these components. Is the question modular? What do I mean by modular? So the different initial parts may be needed to be combined to arrive at a final result. So the question does not often progress as a continuous stream. It starts on different streams, and then often they are joined at the end to get the final result. And also this helps for the student to start attending the question at different points. So because sometimes the student may not be able to solve one part of the problem, but should be able to solve another part of the problem. There should be separate entry points into the problem. The very important is whether the question is stable. That is, does the question depend critically on one or two key answers? This is not very desirable, okay, that the problem stands entirely on one or two key results. So that even with a certain tolerable error in the initial part, maybe the student has missed some part of the final result or made a mistake, but it should be possible to proceed to later parts. And we give credit for that, because we want to test the student in as many ways as we can. The final thing is that this is more of an aesthetic criteria. This is a desirable criteria. This is not always possible, but is the question interesting beyond the scope of the examination? That is, can it be interesting? Can it excite the student beyond this exam? Is there a theme to the question? What can be typical themes? One example is, for example, there can be ubiquitous concept or practice in physics. There are some examples that I have listed here. These are not exhaustive. There are other examples which I have not listed here for sake of time. But in IPHO 2015, for example, we had one question which dealt with extremum principles in physics across the various domains. Sometimes there are natural, historical, or local contexts. This is very common in international scenario and even in the national scenario. So, for example, questions have been made in Denmark on some meteorite that fell in Denmark, in Iceland on hot springs, in Vietnam on a rice pounding mortar, etc. In Indonesia, which is very prone to these natural disasters, earthquake, volcano, tsunami. In Info 2012, we had a question on cloud formation. So these are the contexts, okay, often, not always, but often. Or it can be some great scientific discovery or current research or modern application of physics. There are some examples here. In 2015 in IPHO, we had a question on the design of a nuclear reactor, a question that was framed on the design of the Tarapur nuclear reactor in India. And similarly, there are other examples. I cannot give many examples here, which are from the OCSC exams, because those questions we keep confidential for a few years. But there are several interesting thematic questions that have been framed in the orientation selection camp at IGCSE over the years. So let us look at an example of what I'm talking about. So let's look at the IPHO 2015 problem, for example. So this was a problem on the sun. Okay, on particles from the sun. This was the title of the problem. The total marks was 10. This was one of the 3 problems. This was the first problem, in fact. So I will just walk you through the problem quickly and point out some of the features that are there. And so right at the beginning of the problem, we give some basic data, which students will need in the problem. And you will notice that we have also given 3 integrals, 3 standard integrals. So these are things which are often given, some necessary mathematical results provided. Actually, not all 3 are needed in the problem, only one of them is needed. But of course, we don't want to point the student directly towards that. So we give 3 similar standard integrals. This is very standard. In the next part of the problem, we first deal with radiation from the sun. The first part of the problem is extremely easy. And we want that because we want every student to make a start to the problem. The first part should not be very difficult. So, and as it happened, almost all students got the first part correct. So this was on the assumption of the sun as a black body. Then we moved on to the working of a solar cell. So again, we give the necessary equation. This is the equation for the Wien distribution law. We give it. We don't expect the students to memorize all this, and it is not desirable also. And but when we ask a question, for example, in this A2, you can see that we ask for the total power incident on the surface of the solar cell, but we also state explicitly in terms of which quantities the answer is desired. So that helps in the grading also, in the marking also. If the student does not simplify the expression in terms of these given quantities, then he or she does not get the full credit. So this helps a lot in the assessment also. We move on, and here, for example, we talk about the solar cell band gap, and we clearly state the assumption so that there is no scope for any confusion, because remember that we have to grade this same question in the same way for more than 400 students in the international competition. So then in A6, we ask the student to make a qualitative sketch, and we indicate what are the crucial features that must be present in the graph. Okay, and we give them credit for this. We shall see this later. In the next part, we ask the student to obtain a numerical solution of a cubic equation. Okay, so we specify to within which accuracy we want it, so that the student does not spend endless time trying to define the answer. Okay, and it also again helps in the grading. Okay, so we test numerical skills also. Then we change tack, and then we move to some other aspect of the sun, namely the lifetime of the sun. So this is what I mean by modularity. So here we start a new module. This is a separate entry point. So even if the student cannot answer all the questions up to A8, the student can move on to the next section and start with A9, A10. And at the end of it, this is just a general comment which we make. This is not really related to the testing, but we make this comment about the sun's, about the solar age, just to keep to get the student interested in this problem, because this is a historically interesting problem, the Kelvin-Helmholtz hypothesis and the falsification of that. So we often make such comments. As I said, that the whole question is also an educative experience. It should be an educative experience for the student. The student should learn something from it. It's not just designed for evaluation. Now, then we go to part B, which is again a new module, and this is a separate entry point again. Here we start talking about solar neutrinos. Again, we state the assumptions clearly. Then in this point, for example, in B2, there's a paragraph given before that, which describes the situation in terms of counting neutrinos. And we state it in words somewhat. And we want the student to be able to formulate a word problem mathematically, to write an equation for it. This is a very important skill in physics. This is often required in physics research. And we want to test that skill. In B4, for example, there's again a graph which we want the student to draw, and it can be fairly accurately drawn actually. And we try to guide the student a little bit by saying what all we want to see in the graph. Okay? And later we shall see how we evaluate this. And the final part of the problem wants the students to calculate the central temperature of the sun from the neutrino flux. And this is a conceptually difficult part, and it carries 1.5, 15% of the marks. But we don't give too much of a hint here. We give a small hint here, and we want the student to figure out the rest. But this is only the last part. Okay, so not every student perhaps will be able to do this. And this also connects to the earlier result of the solar temperature that we obtained in the first part of the problem. So what are the main features of this problem? This is based on the physics of a natural object, the sun. This tests conceptual understanding, mathematical modeling, numerical skills, and graphing skills. There are multiple areas of physics that are covered: classical mechanics, atomic physics, blackbody physics, non-relativistic Doppler shift, that is in the last part, and some relativistic mechanics, which was in the previous part. This is a modular problem with multiple entry points, and it has a graded difficulty. It starts very easy. The first few parts of the problem are really easy, and then the difficult parts come towards the end. So now this is just an example of an IPHO problem. One can go into other examples, but I don't have the time. So I will move on to the basic principles of marking a question. So now I come to the second part of my talk, where I talk about how to mark the question. So we follow some general guidelines and some general principles. So the first is that we always prepare a detailed marking scheme along with the model solution. And this we apply uniformly to all students. In the international competition, to hundreds of students, and same in the national competition for info, we grade the same way for about 300 students. And I may remark here that in the info grading, for example, the grading is done in such a way that the same examiner grades the same question for all students, and then another examiner does the same, and these two examiners then have to tally their marks. Professor Ravi Bhattacharya is here. He has been an experienced grader for us for many years. He knows all this. So, and the principle we follow is that the marking must be incremental, not monolithic. So what I mean is that you keep adding credit for each significant step to finally reach the full marks, rather than deducting from the full marks for each mistake. Now, there are both ways are done in many places, and in the next talk, perhaps Shirish will talk a little bit about the second method. But in the theoretical part, typically we keep on adding credit for something, some signal, for some evidence that the student knows something that is relevant to the problem, and finally adds up to the full marks. There are also exceptions to this rule, of course. For example, we do deduct marks. We do have specific penalties if there are wrong dimensions in expressions or wrong units in results. If there are numerical errors in writing final answers, we have small penalties. Or you miss a certain factor, which is not very central to the main result, but perhaps you miss some constant, or you miss some factor. So there are penalties for this. One very important part, and this is often hard for the markers or the teachers to accept, is that, or to implement, even if they accept it, they don't always are able, they're not always able to implement this very thoroughly, is that there should be no penalty for carryover mistakes. This is a principle of the International Physics Olympiad, which we follow in the National Olympiad also. So how does this work? So you penalize fully where the mistake occurs first. Suppose in a particular step, the student has made a mistake, so you give 0 or you give a heavy penalty. But after that, the results that are built on that wrong result gets full credit, unless, of course, there is a further mistake in a subsequent step. Then, of course, you have to penalize again. Or the earlier mistake has significantly reduced the difficulty of the current step. Maybe there was a slightly difficult integral or certainly slightly difficult algebraic equation to solve, but because of some mistake that the student has made in the previous step, now this step is very easy. In that case, of course, we give proportionate marks. We don't give the full credit. Or the current result that you obtain at the end because of the earlier mistake, although the method is maybe correct in the current step, is physically meaningless or impossible. Okay. So if you get, for example, some negative absolute temperature or some completely, unrealistic value of some quantity, then of course that marks is deducted. And of course, all alternative methods to reach the solution are accepted, provided they are based on correct physics. But often it is a little hard to identify the equivalent steps across different alternative solutions. But this we try to do by anticipating some of the alternative solutions already in the marking scheme, and they're credited equally. So these are not easy to do, but it requires some practice of grading. But we do that, and after several years, our graders are quite conversant with all these practices. So again, I go back to this problem to illustrate a few points that I just mentioned. So this is, for example, the first part of the problem. So immediately you see that although the total marks was 0.2, we split the marks as 0.1 and 0.1. 0.1 is the least count in the IPH because the total marks is only 30 in the physics exam. So the marks split between the formula and the numerical calculation. So even if the student makes a mistake in the latter, he or she gets half the marks. Here, for example, in the second part, we have again a 0.3, and we again split the marks, and there's an integral that has to be worked out. So student has to realize that the integral is in this form, so that mathematical skill is rewarded more. There's also an alternate solution. For example, here, this is actually an exact answer, but this does not employ the Wien approximation which the question asks the students to do. Okay, so this is not a wrong answer. So we give some credit, but not the full credit, because the student has avoided applying the Wien approximation, which we wanted to do. Now, in a later part, this is not a continuous solution. I'm just showing you some specific tidbits of examples. So here, for the efficiency of a solar cell, see now here, if you go along the an alternating the earlier alternate solution for which we did not give full credit earlier, but now if you make no further mistake and you just use that previous result, you get full credit here. This is a carryover error, so we don't again penalize for that. Okay, so we give credit to the student. Here is a graphing question. So here the student was asked to draw a plot of the energy of the neutrino versus the momentum of the electron. Now you get the equation of a hyperbola. Okay, but then you have to understand which part of the hyperbola you must show in the graph. Okay, so if the student shows the other branches of the hyperbola, marks will be deducted. Okay, so because that is physically that does not make any sense. So credits are given on these understandings. And the slope has to be 0 at the y-intercept, like a hyperbola. So some credit in the graph is reserved for that, because often students will draw which will not have the correct slope at the intercept. Okay. So that 0.2 will be deducted in that case. In this part is the final part of the problem. Here, for example, as I said, that this is a hard part, and the student had to realize that the energy difference is related to the Doppler shift. And for this realization alone, we reserve 0.6 out of 1.5. And again, 0.4 to relate the kinetic energy to the temperature of the solar core. So these two parts, 0.6 and 0.4, already take up bulk of the credit. And notice that the final value, that has little credit. Okay, because the student may have made some rounding off error or some other calculation error, so this value may not come out exact. But we apply a tolerance to that, and we give a little credit to that. We reward more the conceptual understanding of relating the energy difference with the Doppler shift. I will just walk you quickly through another info problem. This is from 2018 info. This was a problem of infinite ladder of resistors. Such problems are quite common in competitive exams, but here we go much deeper than that. So this is the statement of the problem. In the first part, the equivalent resistance of the ladder. This most students know how to do it, but there is a quadratic expression, and then they have to solve it. And we split the marks, and we give full credit only if the correct justification is given. Okay. So you see that if the student chooses the positive sign here with justification for the positive sign, only then he or she gets the full credit. Without justification, but still the correct answer, 1.5. And if the student retains the minus sign without realizing that that does not make sense, we give half the credit. Okay. So the credit is always given, is reserved for the full work. And then partial credit is still given for partial. In the next part of the problem, we have, for example, the crucial concepts. So the student may not be able to solve the whole problem, but if the student knows that the Kirchhoff circuit law and the Kirchhoff voltage law are to be applied here, so we reward them some marks, half the marks for that. Notice here that we have anticipated alternative answers, okay, because this answer can be expressed in different ways depending on how the student has progressed. So we already anticipate that. And this, what I'm showing you in this purple box, is the marking scheme actually. What is written is a marking scheme. This is not just a solution. This is the marking scheme. And this we prepare before we start grading the problem. And this is given to the examiners to follow. And the strict instruction is that they must follow these marking scheme for every student. So for example, here, we also specify the penalty for algebraic and conceptual errors. So you see that for conceptual mistake, we deduct the whole marks. But for an algebraic mistake, some penalty, a small penalty, only 25% of the total marks is deducted. In another step, for example, here, we know that there are two possible methods perhaps, and we already identify the equivalent stages in the alternative method so that we can grade them equivalently. In a latter part, I have skipped the middle part here. In the latter part, this is again the final part of the problem. This is the most difficult part of the problem. This has 4 marks. So you see that we anticipate some different scenarios of the incomplete answers, what the students can do. Okay. This often, it helps to first, before we start grading, to look at a few answer scripts and to refine the marking scheme based on that. That also we do without marking explicitly. We just go through some of the answer scripts. And the maximum credit is reserved for the full understanding. Okay, so I conclude here. So the main takeaway points here are that the design of theoretical tasks in the physics Olympiad have certain features. So first of all, solid science that often relates to interesting real phenomena or applications. Unambiguous statement of the problem to remove confusion and ease the marking. Ability to test multiple skills and knowledge of physics in several domains. And we typically have a branch out structure to allow partial solution and partial credit therefore, and to remove instability on 1 or 2 key steps. And there should be a progressive difficulty level. The evaluation of the task, this is for the design of the task. The evaluation of the task is also important. So attention is paid to several features. That incremental credit is assigned for any significant display of physics knowledge or skill. And penalty is imposed for each mistake, but only once, no double penalty. Okay. So that's why it is often possible for a student to score quite high, even though the student has made some mistake in an earlier part of the problem. Okay. And all alternative routes to the solution are accepted with equivalent credit. And to implement this, a clear marking scheme that is strictly adhered to by all examiners for all students to ensure fairness, transparency, and uniformity. This is most important. So overall, the Olympiad is, of course, a test by fire, as you can say, that these are very hard questions often. But it's a fire like the Olympic torch that warms your heart and does not burn you. So that should be the spirit of the Olympiad assessment. And I hope that that can be the spirit of all educational assessment, that it also is a learning experience for the student. I have several people to thank here. My colleague, Dr. Praveen Pathak, Professor Amol Dighe, who collaborated with me on the IPHO problem in 2015, Professor Vijay Singh, who has been a guiding light for the entire Olympiad program for many years, even now, and he has left his footmark on all these aspects. The Academic Committee of IPHO 2015, which helped us sharpen all these matters. There are some references here. You can find on our website the whole information of the Olympiad program. If you want to look at the past problems in info and other subjects also, you can find it on our website again. And all the past problems in IPHO are available on this site, physprof.com. Thank you all for patient listening, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Anvesh Majumdar, sir, for enlightening us in so beautiful way, and clearly the concept in the setting the papers and evaluation system. And I think teachers may be able to guide the students for this exam. So now I'm coming to the questions part that they are asking. So first, Mr. Prakash Yadav is asking, is any other examination except NET, GATE, JEST, BARC or State University for getting scholarship for doing PhD?
Yeah, I mean, there are, of course, this JEST and all that, but I don't know whether this is a question relevant to this talk, but yes, I mean, there are several admission tests. I'm not able to give you a comprehensive answer. You have already mentioned the most common ones, but there are others also. Yes. Maybe this can be taken up later.
Mr. Chandrasekhar is asking, there is some Olympiad questions in the previous year. So I think you have already mentioned it.
Yeah, if you go to our website, you will find there's all the previous papers. So from 2008 till date, all the national Olympiad papers are there. And prior to 2008, they have been published in a book. That link is also given on our website. You can order the book from our publications department. That information is also available. And for the last 14 years, 13, 14 years, we have put all the papers with the model solutions on the web.
That's all. Thank you, sir, for this answers of all the questions and presenting so well, so that it is very easy for us to know about the exam and evaluation system. And one query I also have in my mind, that you are saying the repeated mistake, it cannot be considered. Around 10-15 years before, I was in the evaluation of the medical paper. There was a question to find moment of inertia about the diameter. I think disk was there, and the student has written the wrong formula for the moment of inertia about the perpendicular axis. So that is the first mistake. After that, there are 3-4 axes were given along with moment of inertia is to be calculated. So what do you think, if the initial formula is wrong, the marks can be given for the moment of inertia about the diameter or a tangent? Is it okay?
Yeah. So it depends. So ideally, if you go by the IPHO principle, yes, I mean, marks should be given. However, it depends also on the nature of the mistake. Okay. So if for moment of inertia, I mean, I can never remember those things, but let's say some MR square by 12 or something like that, MR square by 3, let's say, or something. If the student has written, for example, MR by 3, now that is dimensionally incorrect. Okay. So, and also that will perhaps make the problem much easier. So not full credit certainly should be given even for the later parts. Okay. But if the student has, instead of MR square by 12, has written MR square by 3, then for the first part, marks should be deducted. And then for the later parts, marks should be given fully. Okay. It depends on what is that mistake. If the student has just written, something else as the formula of moment of inertia, then of course the whole thing falls flat. But let me tell you that this is not the kind of problems. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but this is, to me, this is not even a very good physics problem to ask. Okay, because you are asking the student to memorize the formula. And then if you are asking repeatedly the same thing, that, okay, find about this axis, find about that axis, it's the same skill that you are testing. You're just checking whether the student can calculate some integral. You have tested it once, fine. You ask for some axis, and then there's no point in asking for another axis. You just want the student to memorize that formula, which is of no use. There's no use in physics in memorizing such formulas, right? So this is not a very good question. you should move on to other things. For example, I mean, by you, I mean the paper set on this. I don't mean personally you, but I'm saying that one can ask other aspects, like how is the moment of inertia related to the angular momentum or etc. These things. But just asking to calculate the moment of inertia for 3 different axes, to me, is a very bad question.
That was the question that time in the medical exam, and it was a question, and only 1 mark was deducted for writing the wrong formula. And if there's a wrong formula, they have calculated the moment of inertia. By that, marks were given that time.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, sir, for this answering all the questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now I am requesting Dr. Shirish Pathare, sir, to present the talk.
Yeah. Okay, so am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Just a moment. Okay, so fine. It's 11:26 now. Okay. Okay, so now thanks, Sanvesh, for setting up the stage, and I would be talking on evaluating physics Olympiad experiments. So to begin with, when we say physics Olympiad experiment, what are they? So what do you talk about? Something different about physics Olympiad experiment. So these are innovative. So there are new ideas, completely new problem framed, or there are sometimes some research work by the local host, which is brought down to +2 level. So they have different problems framed, as Anvish also said. It has certain local context. For example, in Indonesia, there are people who are working on earthquakes. So there was a problem in theory, as well as there was an experiment in the IPHO 2017, which is like they were working on how do you detect an earthquake, and how do you make some kind of an inclinometer. So a beautiful problem using just say 2 magnets and a graphite rod. So these research problems are mainly people work because the students cannot solve them. So you have to bring down to +2 level, and so that they can appreciate the physics of it, and at the same time, whatever skills that they have, whatever ability that they have, with that ability they solve that problem. Right? They're pretty long. Okay, something like 5 hours. So and it's presented as an experimental problem rather than just some task which is given to the student. So there are different parts in that experimental problem, and there can be either one problem of 5 hours, or there are 2 problems of 2.5 hours each. But students are supposed to tackle it for that whole duration. There is no break in between, obviously. It tests skills. Not so difficult that majority students can't handle it. At the same time, it should not be so easy that all the students can do it. Now, if you look at this slide, try to put yourself in a student's shoe, and then try to imagine that if I'm a student, fine, every experiment that I normally, if I'm an undergraduate student, if every experiment when I enter a lab, okay, it's new, okay, I have not seen actually. And even if teachers tell me to go through the write-up and everything, I don't do that. So every time it's a new idea, right? So, and they are being given, I think, 2 hours or 3 hours. So for them, it's long. And it's obviously test their skills. So what's so great? I mean, what is the difference between any Olympiad experiment and any experiment that a student does in their normal lab hours? So let me have some aspects of how it is different, right? So first, student is alone in the cubicle and faces a completely unknown situation. Whereas when a student enters an undergraduate lab, the student knows which experiment he or she is supposed to do. But over here, the experimental problem can be from any branch of physics. It can be mechanics, optics, electricity, magnetism, any branch of the physics. And the student should be prepared to face that problem. Nobody tells the student on how to proceed. So there are few hints or few steps which are given to the students, but some steps like, okay, plot this and this graph or make observation table with this column headings, or take observations so many times. There are absolutely no such kind of instructions given to the student. So the student has to think, how should I proceed? How should I plan my experiment? Okay. How should I, come up with the required equation from whatever theory that has been presented in the experiment? So it is all students' game. Okay. So once the student enters the cubicle, it's all that the student has to do. Right. So nobody is going to guide them. Okay. Student cannot ask difficulties regarding anything which is given in the question paper. They are expected to arrive at a certain formula either theoretically or experimentally. So the student should be proficient enough to tackle the situation, the equations which are related to the required. I mean, certain basic formulas are always given to the students, but they have to arrive at a certain required equation. Okay, either solving those preliminary equations, or you do certain experimental task and then arrive at that equation. As I told you, they are expected to solve the problem within 5 hours. Okay, now this is very important. Nobody observes the student for his or her skills. Okay, so nobody goes around and checks whether the student is setting up the apparatus properly or taking the data properly. Nobody comes and signs on the student's paper whether the first reading is correct or the second reading is correct. Nothing. Nobody is going to observe the student. Of course, the sixth point is a happy situation. So if there are students in the audience, this is a happy situation for a student. No questions asked to students before, during, or after the examination, right? So no viva, right? So students must be happy, right? But then there is another problem. The problem is students' reports are the final evidences of their work. So if nothing has been asked to you, okay, the way in which you write, okay, the way in which you present, you should not miss out on anything, right? That means if you get a certain data and then you are supposed to calculate something, okay, and then arrive at a certain value. These intermediate calculations are also an important part to be shown on the paper, okay? Because just imagine if so happens that the student has to solve certain, they have to plug in certain values in a formula and then come up with a value. The student doesn't write anything in between, no calculation, nothing, and then arrives at a value which is wrong, right? Then the problem is we have absolutely no idea about where is the mistake, whether the student has made the mistake in the calculation or whether the data is wrong. So the examiner's task becomes much more difficult to trace out where is the problem. Okay, so the moment we say that there is no question asked to the students, okay, no viva, it becomes a much more challenging task from the student's point of view, and then even from the examiner's point of view, to gauge how much student has understood and whether the students have done that task flawlessly. So with all such factors, it becomes a challenging task not only to frame a marking scheme, but also to design the experimental problem. Okay. So when I say that designing an experimental problem, it's question paper, answer sheet, and the apparatus, such that there are certain aspects which will come in a few slides afterwards. But the moment you ask a student to take a certain data set and calculate certain quantity, all your apparatus, okay, should be standardized to such a level that every apparatus should lead to that data value, right? The question paper that you frame, okay, it should be in such a way that the skills that students have, okay, if a certain procedure is followed in a certain manner, okay, then the student is forced to arrive at a certain answer, right? So the problem that you devise needs to have all those dimensions, okay, of checking, vetting, and then understanding how a student will behave. Okay, so it's really a wonderful task to everyone who designs that problem, right? It's really a wonderful task to do. Okay. So then how should one frame the marking scheme? So marking scheme should be as objective as possible. So there should not be any chance of, fine, I feel that, okay, student has done this, so I will award him some more marks. Okay. So if this is done, this is the mark. If this is not done, deduct that kind of a mark. So it has to be objective as possible. Method of arriving at results is much more important than the results itself. So I will show you certain examples in which you will appreciate this fact that the final value of any experiment has very less weightage, very less weightage. I will show you how much it is. More sympathetic to our students, right? So when you frame a marking scheme, you obviously, as even a teacher, when you frame a marking scheme for grading your students, you are trying to award marks to the students, right? So whatever, even the simplest thing, or even the smallest thing that the student has done, you will like to give certain marks to the student, right? In this experimental test, when we talk about, there are 20 marks with a least count of 0.1, or in some cases, for some countries, they have gone to 0.05 marks also, right? So when I talked about, say, experimental task for 5 hours, so if it's a one task, okay, or one experimental problem, then you have 20 marks. But if there are 2 experimental problems, then they are each of 10 marks, right? But the least count varies from 0.1. Mostly it is 0.1. Nobody likes to go to 0.05, but there have been some instances where the least count has gone to 0.05 also. There are certain general rules, okay, and you would really appreciate these rules. These are like, there is an article in IPHO 2016, which was held in Switzerland, in which they have mentioned certain rules, okay, on how do you go about marking a student, okay, for an experimental problem. So units missing or wrong, okay, in a final numerical answer, 0 point for the numerical answer, right? So the student is supposed to write the proper unit. Okay? Wrong dimensionality of a final formula, 0 for, right? So students should understand what that, the final dimensions of that formula. This is the problem of no double penalty. Okay? So wrong numerical answer used afterwards in another question. So if it's coherent, only the first numerical answer is penalized, right? That is 0. If ridiculously wrong, then the following numerical answers are also wrong, right? So, but then if a student makes a mistake, as Anvesh just mentioned in his talk, that if the student makes a mistake, okay, and calculates a certain wrong value, and then that value has been used in certain further calculations, then only at one place the student is penalized, that is at the first place, at the first mistake that the student has made. But all the subsequent calculations are awarded full marks. Okay? And this is a very difficult fact to digest to whomsoever start grading this question paper or these answer sheets of students, because the final answer is going to be wrong, right? But the idea is the student is penalized only once. Okay? Because with that value, the further thing that he or she has done are correct. So why penalize them again? Wrong number of significant digits, fine. It's minus 0.1 per numerical answer. Obvious typo. Okay, so suppose like if a student has done certain calculations in the main answer sheet, and while copying that answer, writing, maybe misses out like some 0 or some digit, then that student is not penalized because it is just copying mistake. Okay, so there are no penalties for obvious typos. If there are 2 solutions given to one question, and if one of the solutions is wrong, okay, and if it's not right, okay, I mean the student is supposed to scratch out the wrong solution, okay, then the points are given according to the marking scheme for the wrong solution, because this is student's mistake. Student should realize that this is a wrong solution and that should not be considered. Now this is for an innovative solution. So if a student comes up with some solution which is not there in the marking scheme, okay, or in the model solution, then obviously it's a new case. And if you really think about it, it's kind of a genuine thinking that student has come up with. So if such case arrives, then this case is discussed with the author of the problem, okay, and suitable modifications are done in the marking scheme, okay, on the basis of whether this new solution is at par, okay, or is capable of taking student to the correct answer, okay, and is perfectly valid. Okay, so this is, so there is some kind of a possibility of even modification in the marking scheme, even if you have frozen the marking scheme with all possible solutions, right? Deduction can never lead to a negative score for a question. So there are different ways in which you prepare a marking scheme. One way is awarding marks, and then the another way is deducting marks. So if you start deducting, you cannot, lead to a negative score. So what should a marking scheme take care of? Okay, so if there are certain preliminary diagrams to be drawn, okay, writing certain known values, okay, from the question paper. Sometimes students are asked to set certain values. Okay, it can be, setting up certain voltage. Okay, it can be drawing a certain diagram, or okay, in some optics experiment. So one may think, fine, I mean, it's already given there. Why should you give marks to that? But then the idea here is that value that you really need to adjust is very crucial for carrying out the further experiment. If the student doesn't understand that, okay, then the student will be penalized at that time. Okay, so drawing a preliminary diagram, I will give an example of that. So even in that case, how things are evaluated, I will give you an example. Then observation table, graphs, results, and uncertainty analysis. So let's discuss each of them one by one. So in IPG 2019 at Israel, there was an experiment on refractive index of a transparent disk. Okay. So the question paper mentioned a diagram like this. So this was already given in the question paper. So you have a diode laser and you have an acrylic. So this yellow circle is nothing but a transparent acrylic disk. And you are supposed to arrange the diode laser in a certain fashion. Okay. The model solution gave this kind of a diagram. So there was a railing on which you have something, okay, some power supply for the laser, and then you are supposed to arrange the laser in a particular angle which is parallel to the diameter of this circle, right? And then mentioning all these angles, okay, perfectly in the final answer that you are supposed to do. Let me show you a student answer or a student diagram. Now this is something that student has drawn. Now you would wonder, by looking at this diagram, oh my God, I mean, what kind of a diagram that student has drawn? I mean, not a complete circle. I mean, the angles that the student has written are hardly visible. I mean, I can just make out because fine, it's written alpha somewhere, beta somewhere. Where is the laser? Oh, laser is there. So in certain way, you have to locate things. But then even when I say that you have to be more sympathetic to a student, if you look at the marking scheme for the same diagram, the ruler, beam, disk, and alpha, the angle over here, whether it appears in the diagram, if it does, give 0.2 marks. The incoming beam, is it parallel to the diameter to 0 degree? Yes. Okay. Then give 0.1. Right? So this is the way. So what is the crux of drawing that diagram? That is identified and that is valued. Right? So even if it's the diagram which is already given in the question paper, students are asked to redraw it, whether they understand while redrawing that, whether they just draw some beam, okay, which is not even parallel. Okay, so that actually gives an idea of how a student is going to proceed in doing that experiment. Right? So whether the picture of that experimental arrangement is clear in students' mind. Okay? So that is why students are normally asked to draw the diagram and convey their understanding. If you go to observation table, let me just take an example. Say if you have, say, 7 marks for an observation table. So there are 2 ways in which I can frame a marking scheme, or I can combine the 2 aspects like awarding marks and deducting marks. So in awarding, if there are 6 to 7 correct readings, give 7. If the student has not taken 6 to 7, if they have taken 4 to 5 correct readings, give 5 marks. Even if you have not taken 4 to 5 readings, if they have taken 3 readings, which are correct, give 3 marks. If it is less than 3, then 0. So you can have, you can try to understand this, that student is given weightage. So student's work is given the weightage, even the student has taken 3 data points, okay, which are from that experiment point of view are quite a sufficient amount of work that will enable him or her to do further calculations, right? Of course, in the subsequent things, if the graph needs to be plotting just 3 points, okay, so that's a problem. So that the student should understand that, okay. So so students are given credits for their work, okay, to the extent possible, right? Now deducting marks. So deduct 0.5 in a row if significant figure is not correct according to the least count, right? So if you are if you write 20.1 is the data that you are reading, 20.10 say, and if you just write 20.1, okay, then you are not understanding the significance of using a particular instrument, right? So the marks are deducted. Deduct 1.5 unit if units not written for 3 or more variables. So if you have different columns, right, in a table, and for maybe out of 6 columns, if you don't write units for 3, deduct marks. Deduct 1 if units not written for 2 variables, right? So if so again we are trying to avoid, if even if the student has not written for say 2 variables or say 3 variables, give them some mark, but give them some penalty also. Deduct 0.5 if unit is not written for 1 variable. So by variable I mean the columns, right, that we make. So deduct 0.5 per row if the data is not within the range. Right? So when I say it's not within the range, the apparatus that we give to the student, okay, is capable of producing repetitive results in such a manner that student cannot go outside a range. Okay, so we are aware of this range. So if student goes out of that range, that means there is certain problem. Okay, so the student has not taken proper care while taking the data. When you talk about graph plotting, so I'm talking about straight line graphs and curve graphs, right? So the first thing that you look for is the 75% coverage. And when an examiner looks at a graph, the examiner is very careful to check the number of squares, okay, whether the 75% is followed or not. So they count what is the maximum, the first point and then the last point. So what is the what are the number of squares that that range has taken up, and is it 75%? Okay, if it is not, the mark is deducted. Whether the axis is labeled, whether the units are written, okay. Correct plotting of data points. And why is it that necessary? Because it's a competition. Sometimes what students do is that if there are something like 12 points, okay, they just maybe plot 5 to 6 points correctly, and then the rest of the points are just marked, okay, according to the independent variable. So even this happens, okay. So the examiner looks at each and every point, whether that point has been plotted correctly or not. That does demand a good amount of time from examiner's point of view, but it has to be done, so it has to be done. Okay. Best fit line, drawing a good best fit line is a skill, okay, and it's again an important aspect if you are going to calculate certain value from the slope of that best fit line, and you're going to use that value in further calculations. Okay. And then finally calculating uncertainty in the slope. If you are thinking of curve graphs, the only difference is best fit smooth curve. Okay, and we all know as teachers what a smooth curve means. Determining minima or in some cases maxima and uncertainty in the minima. Of course, this looks like quite a good smooth curve, but if you come across graphs like this, obviously you cannot call them as smooth curves. So student will be penalized, from that point of view. Of course, if you look at the 75% coverage, whether the units and variables are written, perfectly fine. But smooth curve, plotting a smooth curve is a skill, and we really have to, even you must have experienced this as a teacher, but even we when we get the students, we have to really be after them to show them what a smooth curve means and not just joining the points. Results, range of results, final results is provided in the marking scheme. Okay? And with the available apparatus, so if you have made something like say 450 apparatus, which we made in IPHO 2015, so when we checked each and every apparatus, so all these 450 apparatus were checked with the help of 50 teachers throughout the country, and we came up with the data, the range of values, okay, that you can have within, with this kind of apparatus. And then we started framing the marking scheme that if you get a certain value within this range, you give, say, maybe for example, in this case, if you have your refractive index between 1.641 and 1.644, then you will get 0.4, that is the full mark. Then, if it's the next level 0.3, again next level 0.2, again still next level 0.1. So you can try to understand the kind of range, the wide range that is being given, okay, in this case, and you still have credits for that. And if you are outside that, then you will get 0. And then you would try to understand here that just 0.4 out of 10 marks. Okay, so the weightage to the final result is not much. Okay, so what you lose is just point. Yeah,
sir, only 5 minutes are left.
Yeah, it's 25 minutes. I am looking at that. Yeah. Okay. So, so when you talk about uncertainty analysis, weightage to uncertainty analysis varies from year to year. In 1999, Italy, 30% weightage was given to the uncertainty analysis, which was the highest weightage that was given till now. And when you think of writing a certain final value using significant figures, it is this uncertainty analysis which decides the significant figures. Right? So when you perform an experiment, it is not just the general rules of significant figures which come into picture, but this analysis is an important part of any physics experiment, which tells you how many figures that you need to retain at the end. Okay. So so in IPHO 2017 Indonesia, there was this experiment on refractive index gradient, determination of refractive index gradients and diffusion coefficient of a salt solution from laser deflection measurement. I will just talk about this experiment and then I will stop. I will show you a video of this experiment so that it will be easier for you to appreciate what I'm talking next. So you have this assembly. You are using a line laser. Okay, followed by a diffusion cell in which you just this something. Okay. Okay, so this is a diffusion cell where you pour this salt solution which is prepared. So there are 3 concentrations given to the students. So 23 gram in 150 ml, then 28 and 33. And this is the screen provided to the students. So you first add salt water solution to the diffusion cell. So you can see a line laser which is already there in this on the screen. You add this solution till the white arrow that you can see. Then you add water from a hole which is there on the right hand side of this diffusion cell. So you can see that there is a dropper which is adding water drop by drop. The moment you do that, look at the screen, you see some kind of a dip that is happening. Okay, and you can try to figure out why that is happening, because there is a gradient. Okay, so there was an initial concentration of salt water and then you add water drop by drop. So there is a gradient in the y direction, and because of which in that part you get this dip. Students are asked to wait for 30 minutes. So for all these 3 solutions, so first you take 23 gram per 150 ml solution, you add this water drop, which has been told to you, and then you wait for 30 minutes. Okay, so after 30 minutes you get certain pattern. You are supposed to trace that pattern, okay, on the graph paper, and then you get something like this if you wait for 30 minutes, right? So once you do that, there are marks for that. Okay, so the total, so they call it as deflectogram. So if there is no dip that you see, you deduct 0.4. If there is no reference line, deduct minus 0.05. If the deflectogram is not at the center, so the kind of an arrangement that the student does, okay, so if the whole deflectogram doesn't come to the center, you deduct minus 0.05. If DL at the center, the depth of the dip is between, if it is less than 1.5, greater than 1.6, okay, then deduct minus 0.05. If DL not at the center, the depth of the dip is less than 1.5, then deduct minus 0.1. So from this, you would understand that the skill is tested, quite well. Whether the student is able to adjust that deflectogram at the center, whether the desired values come within the range or not. Then the student has to generate data from the deflectogram that he or she has obtained. And then the total marks for the deflectogram, this table is 0.5. So number of correct data points greater than or equal to 20. And let me tell you, this 20 number is mentioned in the paper that you have to at least generate 20 points. But where is not mentioned. But it's a common sense because you are going to work with this deep henceforth. So you are supposed to generate data points in that deep. Okay? Incorrect. So I will not go through each and every row over here. But there are marks which are awarded in this fashion. Then calculation. So you are supposed to do these calculations. So if number of wrong data points is less than 3, okay, don't deduct. If it is between 3 and 6, just minus 0.05. And if it's greater than 6, is minus 2.25. Then plot that data. And then what I showed you earlier is the same thing. But now you have a kind of a curve, a Gaussian kind of a curve. Okay. I will just flash this. Now the kind of marking scheme that you just saw was kind of a deducting kind of thing. So in 2015, when we hosted this Olympiad in India, we had this kind of a marking scheme where you award marks. Okay. So you don't, so you try to follow one pattern, you just start awarding for whatever work that student has done. So, and I think I will stop now. But before I stop, of course, this is a magnetic black box, which I showed you last year, but I assume that all the people who were present in last year will be present here. So I will quickly go through, I will take 1 more minute and finish it off. So this is a magnetic black box in which you have magnets arranged in a particular fashion. So these are like north, south, then there is a spacer. And you can see that this is a repulsive mode, repulsive, and then there are 4 attractive modes, right? And you are supposed to determine in this. So this arrangement is there in that aluminum tube, which is painted black. Okay? How will you do that? You take a linear Hall effect sensor, which is like this small sensor, and then you scan the magnetic field variation of this magnetic black box. Okay, so start from the left hand side and go to the right hand side. What you see is a graph like this, and this is really a painful task to take this many number of data points. Then what we do is we give 4 identical magnets and 1 spacer to the students. They are supposed to form different combinations in that, and then they can come up with these 2 combinations, which is like attractive. So these 2 magnets here and spacer in between. So they get some graph like this. And for repulsive, you will see that they get a graph like this. So by comparing these 2 graphs that they have got with the original graph of magnetic black box, they can find out what is the number of final magnets which are there and what is the way in which they have been arranged in the box. Okay. And I will just flash this marking scheme. So you can see there are total of 140 data sets that they have to take and then plot the graph. So if the student has done calculations for this many 115 to 135, give them this many marks. If not, then you go on reducing that. And similarly for plotting. Okay. So if you plot, say something like 90% to 100%, you get full marks. If not, 2 marks and then 1 mark. So this is the way. So when you have a completely open-ended black box kind of experiment, the marking scheme that you devise, okay, has to award the maximum work that the student has done in this case. So I think now I will stop. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for presenting so beautifully and so easy way and so that we can understand how to mark the graph, because the student has a tendency to plot the just graph, just joining the line is not the graph.
Yeah.
So you have explained very well, okay, how should we also, any other exam, how do we, mark the graph. So I do not find any question from the chat, any doubt or nobody, because you have explained so clearly.
Somehow, yeah, I think I got one direct message from Pragyan Upani. Can you refer to a good online resource to understand uncertainty at school level physics? I will just type my email address. You can just drop me an email. Yeah. So this is my, sorry, I think the email has only gone to her. Just a minute.
Send to everyone.
Yeah. So you can write to me, and I would be happy to share certain documents which already I have. So you don't have to, reinvent and go and start searching. So I can always attach those documents and send it to you anytime.
Thank you, sir. So beautifully, the experiment that you have shown, that is 2 experiments that are also very good, and plotting the graph through laser, that is also the, a very good thing. There are many of us are not aware about this. So there is definitely, it is very helpful to all of us. Thank you, sir.
So hopefully all this pandemic goes away and you can come down to our center at Mumbai. So
Sure,
we can interact more.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now I'm requesting Dr. Tapomani Guha Sarkar, sir, to present. Dr. Tapomani Guha Sarkar, sir, to present the talk. Okay, sir. Sir, kindly unmute yourself. You are muted.
Are the slides visible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I thank the organizers for inviting me to this meeting. So what I'm going to talk about is my experience as a teacher in the physics department at BITS. So I'll start with some generic aspects of academic practices at BITS, because people might not be familiar with our academic system. And then what I shall go into in some details would be some of the evaluation methods which we adopt in the physics courses, and also have a little discussion on how to set a balanced self-assessment of a question paper. So how to really balance a question paper and grading practices that we follow at BITS. So I'll be only talking about theory courses, and because that's the kind of courses I've been involved with. So I'll start with just the broad guiding principles under which we actually try to align our teaching learning activities. So what we try to understand now is that, given the fact that there's a huge amount of resources available in terms of online courses, videos, NPTEL, MIT OpenCourseWare, so there's no dearth of good teachers, and students have access to very quick assembly of a whole bunch of very good teaching materials. So the idea is really not to give information and give knowledge, like as in imparting them from a textbook or just going and doing derivations on a blackboard. So the key focus has actually shifted now to see whether what is being expected to be learned in a course has actually been learned or not. So the shift has taken place towards understanding whether the student has really understood, or student can actually use what is expected to be learned in a given course. So what is essential for us right now is to have a very clear idea before we start and go and teach as to what the objectives are for the course, what we expect the students to learn, what skills and what knowledge we expect the students to have at the end of the course. So that is expected to be very well understood. And then entire teaching learning practice, curriculum and pedagogy has to then align with these well understood and well delineated learning objectives. So where does evaluation locate itself in the entire academics landscape of BITS? So we have, of course, the university and with several programs. So the physics program that I'm associated with is a 4-year integrated MSc program. So it's an advanced undergraduate program. And the program has its own objectives. So a student who graduates from a program is expected to have done certain courses, have certain knowledge of certain subjects, and can do certain things in physics in terms of activities and also in terms of actual understanding of the subject. So the program objectives are well delineated, and that boils down to individual course objectives. So the kind of courses the students have to do, it's there in the program structure. And then each individual courses has the course objectives, which are published in a bulletin. And now the instructor who goes to teach a course in a class has to look at this bulletin, which has a very compact way of telling us what is expected to be learned in the course. And then instructor has to plan out a semester of teaching based on those objectives. So what we have is an important practice of having a very detailed exposition as to how the teaching learning activity is going to unfold for the semester. We call it the teaching learning handout, which the students are given at the very beginning of the course. Now, it's not just the course plan, like it's not just a syllabus with textbooks and reference books, things like that. What it actually does, it actually tells us what exactly is expected of the student to learn after every, say, module. So you divide the course into modules, I mean, going from, say, point A to point B through the subject. And then for each module, one writes in a very detailed manner as to what kind of expectations we have from the students, evaluation components, what kind of evaluations the student has to participate in, grading, and all sorts of other details. So all the details of the course, really. And we follow that throughout the semester. So all of teaching learning activity. And then there are a series of evaluation components throughout the semester, which involves tutorial tests, mid-semester test, comprehensive examination, and several other things that people do in the classroom. And then we grade based on these evaluation components. And then we try to look back as to whether from the students' performance, we try to understand whether there has been some transmission of knowledge and skills. So that's the general framework in which we work. So as I said, so we have a contract which we share with the students right at the beginning in the form of the course handout. The expected learning outcomes are very clearly stated, and the degree to which one is expected to learn certain topics is also well stated, and the student is given a roadmap through the course. It's a few important aspects of academic practices in BITS involve two crucial things. One is continuous evaluation. We don't have just one exam or a couple of exams during the semester. Evaluation is done almost continuously through almost every day's teaching learning experience in classroom. So there are tiny evaluation components spread out throughout the semester. And we have mandatory open book tests. So our tests are, I mean, we have to organize our tests in a way that our question papers are such that we can take this open book test. So that's a mandatory thing. And our grading practice is what we call relative grading based on the relative position of the student in the class. And we also have this feature that we don't have a fail grade. We don't want to fail a student because I think that reflects something on the instructor as well. So a student is usually, if the person does not qualify for the required amount of marks that the student can get in a course, to clear that course, if the student doesn't get it, then we award them what is called a not cleared report. So we really don't give him a fail grade, which sort of affects their CGPA. So the student can repeat the course later and clear the course. So these are some of the generic features of all courses at BITS, and we stick to these. Okay, so what I want to really emphasize here is that when we do evaluation and assessment in a course, I mean, there are several things that we can have in mind. I mean, students who join BITS, they come from a competitive environment where they have been preparing for competitive exams, including the one for BITS, which is a competitive test, all India competitive test. So the kind of evaluation they are faced through, I mean, the kind of questions they have been asked, and the kind of learning that they have been doing for say last 2-3 years of their lives before they join university, we have to understand that the role of evaluation in a university setting like ours is different from that. So for example, we are not selecting or searching. This is not a talent search test. We are not trying to eliminate from a merit list. So the evaluation has to be sort of aligned with the philosophy behind what we are trying to do in an evaluation. So we are trying to actually understand whether the learning outcomes, the learning objectives of a course have been achieved, motivate students towards learning. And it's also feedback of teaching learning to see how whether the way we are teaching, whether that is actually making an effect on the students. So one has to, in fact, speak to the students considerably to sort of realign themselves with this new idea of appearing for exams, appearing for tests, which is different from a severely competitive test where students are just trying to find a place in a hierarchy of merit list. So that distinction is made in our classrooms, and we try to tell the students that assessment here is going to be different from the kind of assessment that you have encountered before for coming to these engineering colleges. Okay, so we have continuous evaluation. We don't have like one end semester exam. So there is formative assessment during and running of the course. So all through the course, we have students participating in evaluation components, and usually we try these evaluation components which are run throughout the course not to carry a lot of weightage, because they are not aimed at sort of distinguishing students in a hierarchy, but just to motivate them to learn, and also to check whether their learning is at par and benchmarked with some standard. And then, of course, there is at the end, there is a summative, a full comprehensive exam, which sort of tests the students if he has sort of learned the whole thing and get a full picture of the learning that the student has obtained during the semester. So this is an important practice that we have, and we are supposed to have many evaluation components of diverse kinds. I'll talk about a few. So for example, we have these regular tutorial tests. So it's, first of all, it gives an immediate feedback about the teaching learning. So we know whether the teaching that's going on in the class is actually making any effect, any sense, whether the pace is too high, whether the students are actually following it. So the student also knows where he or she stands, whether the understanding is good. These are usually not too challenging because they usually demotivate the students. And sometimes these are MCQ tests and short answer kind of tests, which we do. In these MCQ tests, we sometimes keep a negative marking scheme to avoid people just using a random choice. And MCQ questions can actually be very interesting. And this negative marking, which is where A and B, so you can have a plus A for a right answer and a minus B for a wrong answer. And the B can be higher than A, which means if you are really expected to know something and you can't really not know it, then you get seriously penalized for that. So there is a strong penalty for that. And if the question is difficult and okay, maybe we don't penalize you for not knowing that, then this negative mark can be also 0. But we assure ourselves that there is no spillage over penalty from one question to another. So if there's an MCQ section, then we ensure that the total of that, whatever marks the student gets in that particular question, if it's negative, that it just doesn't go into the next question. So the lowest mark that the student can get is 0 in that full question. So while setting these MCQ questions, we try to very seriously check that easy elimination does not allow the student to get to the answer. For example, simple dimensional analysis or order of magnitude. I mean, these should not be the criteria through which the students can actually quickly guess. So what one tries is to see whether guesswork is something which intelligent guess might be very useful, but something which is very obvious should not be used in these MCQ questions. So we take care of those things. So then we have a middle term test. So at the middle of the semester, and it's sort of an assessment at the sort of halfway through the course, and usually topics covered till half of the semester are foundational sub parts of the course, and then towards the end we take more applications of the formalisms taught. Sometimes it becomes necessary to look at this assessment as intermediate point where we might have to change our pedagogy, our teaching learning experience, our teaching practices, and also some students might need personalized attention for their performance. So when we see their performance at the middle of the semester, some of these students might require personalized help. And then, of course, at the end of the semester, we have a comprehensive exam, and it's a final feedback and it's a final evaluative component. So each evaluation component that we have, including tutorial tests, assignments, mid-sem test, and compre, these are not just the same kind of tests. We understand that they have different goals, and the question papers and the time and the weightage have to be decided by understanding that these different kinds of tests have different aspects of pedagogy that they are testing. So we have to be careful about that. Okay, so the kind of questions we ask usually in these tests are very short objective questions, and then they're descriptive essay type questions, and sometimes we have these comprehensions, reading comprehensions, which turn out to be very useful in teaching learning. So we'll talk about this later. So short questions can reveal very high competency and test higher cognitive levels, whereas sometimes very long but boring, tedious questions may not really test much. So it doesn't really matter whether it's a lengthy calculation with lot of technical trickery and manipulation, which really is not really interesting and not really testing any good understanding of physics. So we avoid such questions, especially when we do these teach these theory courses. For example, we just don't want people to be very bored with very difficult computations. So if the question is dedicated towards testing a computational skill, then there is a dedicated question for that, but that is not mixed up with a question where we are trying to test something else. Okay, so very important for us, there's a strict academic regulation maintains that there's at least some minimum 20% of all evaluation that we do is open book. Most of the teachers, they actually keep a much higher part of their their evaluation as open book tests. So so the students are allowed to bring any material. Some instructors, they even allow internet, basically their mobile phones. Students use it, and the test is essentially something where you really don't have any restrictions of what kind of materials you can bring. So for undergraduate students, we have, and even for postgraduate students, we have a very strict rule that you have to have some open book component in your evaluation. So the rationale behind it is the following. We are not trying to confuse teaching with giving information. So whatever information you need should be provided to you. The idea is to test whether the student can analyze and or solve a problem and have some critical thinking. And it's not just getting some rote learning. So that is not what we are trying to test. So we want the students to become autonomous as a learner, so you can learn on your own. So learn to learn. Of course, we recognize that memory has some role. I mean, you cannot just be blanked. So memory has a role, but it should not be something which you which is just a piece of information that you just have rote memory. So so you should be using your ideas, and you should, if you need some reference material, you need some formulae, we provide with it. Sometimes some instructors, they ask the students to bring a formula list just to say that I don't want you to remember the formulae which you think you are having a tough time remembering. So if you want to bring standard integrals, a list of standard results, you're most welcome to bring it. So some instructors, instead of calling it an open book test, they say that, okay, you can bring a formula sheet, or many others just use this entire space of whatever materials that students can use. So they allow everything to be used. So depending on the course, the test is conducted. But of course, once you have open book tests, and you have to be very careful in setting question papers, because you cannot just ask a question whose solution is available. So we have to understand that there's enormous wealth of information and solved problems and solutions and courses and videos all over the space, all over the internet, and students have access to those. So instead of denying the existence of this, we try to accept that these exist and try to sort of change our pedagogy, our evaluation procedures, so that it does not really hamper our sort of make our evaluation legitimate, nor does it hamper the expectations what we have from the students. So now what I'll do, I mean, this is very generic to most courses. So what I'm going to now talk about would be some specific kind of evaluations that we do, certain kinds of questions that we asked in these undergraduate courses at Pilani. So before this, I want to mention that whenever we do a test, it's a practice here that we have to give the moderated, self-moderated model solutions with a very detailed marking scheme, which has to be really clearly stated and discussed amongst the faculty members. This is very important for large courses where many faculty members share a course. So the model solutions have to be created, compiled, and detailed marking scheme has to be discussed among the colleagues, so that there is no inconsistency. And right after the exam is over, the model solution and the marking scheme is uploaded. It's even before the students receive their answer sheets. So this is done before the test, and everything is ready. So two things we critically keep in mind when we set questions, that 2-3 questions should not in some different ways try and test the same thing. So we should try, each question should have a very well understood, a clearly stated objective, what it's trying to test, what it's trying to evaluate, and we try to avoid overlapping. So the same topic, the same idea, if it's being tested by 6 questions, then it's a kind of question paper we don't want. And the marking scheme is to keep in mind, always has to keep in mind, that penalty is not propagated from one question to another, or even within a question for one mistake, the penalty should not propagate to the other parts. So this second part makes grading a little difficult. On checking question by answer sheets, slightly difficult, but we have to we maintain that quite strictly. Okay, so the first kind of evaluation method which works quite well when we talk about open book, open internet tests, is to actually use the book and the internet as like a resource. So what we do is we take a topic which is related to the curriculum, related to the topics taught in the class, but not directly taught. So we actually give them a full chapter of a book, or maybe some details of some material. So we essentially give them an entire, like say 2 pages text with the calculations, with derivations and calculations and interpretation of the physics. And then based on what they read, which of course they haven't probably seen before, or if they have, it's good, that's not a problem, but probably not seen, because we try to get these texts from different sources and try to see whether they can be related to the things taught in the class, but not directly taught in the class. And then based on
Sir, you are muted. Sir, you are not audible. I think there is a problem on network from his side. Sir, you are muted, and your network, I think, is not coming.
Sir, there is network problem.
हाँ, मुझे भी ऐसा लग रहा है कुछ ना, नेटवर्क हैंग हो गया है,
लगता है
हैंग हो गया है। तो
चलो हो जाएगा, 1 आध मिनट में हो जाएगा।
हाँ, 1 मिनट वेट कर लेते हैं।
व्हाट्सएप करके देख लो एक बार। पूनम जी व्हाट्सएप करके देख लो एक बार उनको।
एक सेकंड। कांटेक्ट भी नहीं हो रहा है सर से।
सर नेटवर्क इश्यू होगा तो व्हाट्सएप नहीं चलेगा, लैंडलाइन तो उस पर करिए।
उस पे कर रहा हूँ सर। I think we should go ahead and we will call sir again if anything is left. Bhandari sir, what do you suggest?
He may be called later.
Let us
एक
Let us
सेकंड,
invite.
एक सेकंड। फोन
कॉल भी नहीं हो रही क्या सिंगल साहब? कॉल भी नहीं हो रही क्या?
कर रहे हैं सर, कर रहे हैं। शायद उनकी तरफ से कॉल आ रहा है।
अच्छा अच्छा ठीक है।
सर कह रहे मेरा तो प्रेजेंटेशन चल रहा है।
तो फिर हमारी तरफ से दिक्कत है?
पता नहीं, एक मिनट रुक जाओ।
हमारी तरफ से तो दिक्कत नहीं है कोई?
नहीं नहीं सर, हमारी तरफ से क्लियर है।
हेलो
हाँ पूनम जी क्या दिक्कत आ रही है?
सरकार सर, आर यू सेइंग समथिंग?
ठीक है सर, ठीक है सर। अब आ गया मैम। अब यू आर नॉट एबल टू ज्वाइन। व्हाई इट इज? मैं एक मिनट देखता हूँ, नहीं तो फिर आपको मैं दोबारा कॉल कर लूंगा फिर लास्ट में।
उनसे कह दो दोबारा ज्वाइन कर लेंगे।
सर इज ज्वाइनिंग अगेन बट ही नॉट एबल टू ज्वाइन।
अच्छा
ओके 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 सर।
सर लिंक दोबारा भेज दीजिए तिवारी जी।
नहीं, लिंक तो है सर के पास।
नहीं, एक बार और भेज दीजिए, कई बार वो करप्ट हो जाता है। एक बार
लिंक
और
है, वो कह रहे हैं मैं ज्वाइन, मैं वहां से निकल गया हूँ मैं, नाउ आई एम ट्राइंग टू ज्वाइन बट आई कुड नॉट।
कोड से ज्वाइन कर लें, पासवर्ड और लॉगिन आईडी से ज्वाइन कर लें, लिंक से ना करके।
हाँ, वो कह रहे हैं मैं दूसरी डिवाइस से डिवाइस चेंज कर रहा हूँ, कह रहे हैं।
डिवाइस चेंज कर लें, वरना लिंक से जो ज्वाइन कर।
डिवाइस शायद उनका हैंग हो रहा है, तो दूसरे डिवाइस से शायद ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं।
हाँ,
जस्ट वेट
उनके
फॉर,
वो व्हाइट कलर का
हाँ,
सिंबल।
1-2 मिनट और चेक वेट कर लेते हैं सर का।
हाँ हाँ कर लीजिए।
Single sir, there is any technical glitch from the Sarkar sir side, so we can invite other speaker also.
मैम ज्वाइन हो गया सर का।
Yeah. Can you see me?
यस सर, यस सर,
Yes, sir. You are perfectly audible.
यस सर।
Yeah, I'll just share the. Is the screen visible now?
यस यस।
Okay, so I'm just.
आ गई।
So I don't know at what.
ठीक है।
I got,
Yes. Sir, your screen is visible now.
Okay. Is the screen visible?
यस सर, यस सर।
Sir, your screen is visible.
Okay. So I'll just. So I think I was talking about comprehension. Is that where the whole thing stopped? I mean, I was talking about comprehension passages.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please continue, sir.
Okay. So this I'm very sorry for this glitch. So the method we here use is an entire text. Text consists of a details of the problem and entire set of derivations. The topic is given in form of a written text, and questions pertaining to that topic are then asked. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I'll give examples. For example, okay, let me just skip this because we have missed some time. So for example, here is an example. So you can discuss, for example, the random walk problem in 2D, and you give the details of the derivation. So it's not that the students have to have the familiarity with the random walk problem before, and you give the full derivation to them of what is the real essence of the issue. A walker who is making random steps and the item. So this problem is very interesting because it teaches some statistics. Now, once you give this derivation to the students, what you can ask them is actually a question based on this thing. So you can actually give them an entire problem which is got nothing to do with the random walk per se, but a problem which is related to the random walk. For example, this is the problem. So you give them a problem about an exam. Now it's a students are giving a problem which is about an exam in which there is a MCQ test, and say the students are given some question paper where there are questions and the average marks of 10 is 70. Now each mark has a probability of 0.7 of being right. Okay, now this is to be seen as an interesting problem. If you see, if the student is making this MCQ test, assume that it's an MCQ test. If you ask the student whether you can sort of cast this problem if the student is making a random choice. So if the student is giving yes answer to an MCQ, whether this thing can be modeled as a random walk, and the students will have to do that. And by modeling it as a random walk, they are now expected to calculate the mean standard deviation of an exam of the given test. And then what we do is we give them an actual data. We give them actually mark list of some tests and ask them to actually see whether there is a difference between the statistics in that course from a random walk prediction. So if everything was randomized, you would have a certain prediction, and then you give them an actual test and see that, of course, I mean, in the real test, of course, you won't get that same kind of randomized answer. So you teach them this idea of a random walk by teaching the entire thing in the exam itself, by giving them first the whole details of what it is, and then setting a problem based on that. So this reading comprehension method is very useful. Another example is dimension analysis. So this was this famous G.I. Taylor's dimensional analysis method, by which he made predictions of the output of the first atomic bomb explosion. So the Trinity test, which was, of course, classified information. So this British fluid dynamics expert used the images of the huge, that mushroom explosion, the images of that, and just through simple dimension analysis, made predictions about the kind of output of energy. So the students were given the details of that particular analysis, and then questions were asked. So they were given fill in the blanks, but of actually the steps which G.I. Taylor followed in his analysis through a guided technique. And the outcome of this was that the students were actually going to get the exposure into this dimension analysis technique, and such a beautiful way to understand how it can be used to make predictions. So these are the kind of questions that we ask. Another thing that I want to talk about is something which we do very regularly in our classrooms. These are our class tests. And here we don't aim to really have differentiation between students. So every test does not have to differentiate between students, because some tests, of course, allow us to make a distinction, say a student with a grade A and a student with a grade B, but every test doesn't have to be that way, because sometimes this collaborative learning is actually far more useful and great fun for students, and they get them motivated to learning also. So here what we do is we first of all choose a classroom where students can actually sit together in groups. And random groups are created usually by lottery, and the group is given a task. So each student gets a question paper, but the group has to brainstorm, discuss amongst themselves, and give an answer. So the marks awarded is, of course, to the entire group. So one answer sheet, all the group members get the same marks. So in such a test, usually the standard deviation is not very high, but the student are engaged amongst themselves. So the instructor walks around and facilitates the discussions, in fact, gives hints to the students, and sort of brings everyone together. So active participation is encouraged, and there's usually a lot of chatter and students talk, and there is this really, I mean, they get really excited into getting a solution to the problem. But this regulated indiscipline is allowed in the class, and it's actually great fun to have these tests. So here the idea is that it's like we are trying to get them into collaboration mode. So they have always been competitive, and test as not something which is punitive. It's not going to affect their grades so much, but you learn something interesting, you learn something really fascinating in a collaborative manner by talking to your friends, like talking to your colleagues, and also taking help from the instructor. So very crucial learning outcomes of the course. For example, if the students are expected to learn a few things essentially, so it is useful to have tests of those very essential learning outcomes in this fashion, because you guarantee that a large number of students would have some understanding of those topics. Because you engage a lot of them into discussions, the students are now almost going to get trained in those skills quite effectively. So this is a practice which medical school uses quite often, because in medicine, students cannot just get away by not knowing something. They have to know everything. I mean, at least they're expected to know everything. So to get to that skill level for each student, what they do is they have these group tests. So every student in the class has to participate and have learned something. So this method works quite well, especially for these open book tests. So other kind of tests would be sometimes we give a wrongly solved answer. So we look at some very standard common mistakes. So common mistakes we identify when we evaluate, and in a subsequent test we give a problem which is, say, solved but entirely wrongly. So we give them the wrong solution and ask them to sort of identify if there is anything wrong, and ask them to grade. So their evaluation of a wrongly solved problem is the way we actually evaluate them. So this is also something which is a very interesting method. And so we give them a whole set of problems which we solve. We give the problem, then we give a solution, but the solution is wrong. And the answer is also sometimes wrong. Sometimes the answer is correct, but the method is wrong. So we give them all these wrong solutions, and the students are expected to evaluate these answers and give marks to these answers. So identify mistakes and logically write down what is the mistake. Similarly, sometimes we give them paradoxical situations. So create a paradox and then try to ask them to resolve the paradox. So these are the kind of questions. Okay, so now I don't have much time because of some. I can take 3-4 minutes maybe, if it's okay.
Yes.
So
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So this is a very important thing that I want to talk about. So question paper, right? So I think we have to be very, very careful in setting question papers, and there are a whole set of criteria, and we try to keep at the back of our mind when we set a question paper. So a coverage of syllabus. So we should not ask things that we haven't taught. It should not leave the student with a feeling of inadequacy, things that I don't know. It's not supposed to ask you questions that we just want to tell you that you don't know the subject. So we want to tell you what you know, testing what you know and not testing what you don't know. So the unambiguous, clear and lucid language. So we have to state the problem as clearly and as unambiguously as possible. And I think this element of surprise is nice. And we should have a clear vision of what is being tested. So we should not have overlap. Try to have least overlap between different questions. So we should have a very clear vision of what we are trying to understand, if the student has understood or not. So of course, we should want the doing of solving a question in an exam, I think should itself be a learning experience. So, and reading the answers written by the students should also be enjoyable to the instructor. And an exam where a question paper is good is actually a very good, it's a perfect diagnosis for teaching also. So you know whether your teaching is happening correctly. So I'll just go something into what we do.
Please request if you can wind up.
Yeah, so I'll do that.
2-3 minutes.
So I'll just quickly skip some of these, but I'll just talk about one thing here, which is necessary for, I think, because it's something which we have been doing, some of us at least. So we have a lot of academic liberty to set question papers and grade. So it is very important for us to create a moderated question paper, because our question papers are not moderated externally. So we do self-moderation. And the grades which we give, we are also at the freedom to give grades to the students. So we have to be very clear that exam committee might just ask us to legitimize our grades. So in a relative grading scheme, it's important that when we set a question paper, we have to understand that the marks that we award to the students finally decides their position in the class, and that leads to the grade, right? Now, if we do this very naively, then we have seen that the grades sometimes do not reflect the actual quality of performance in students. So it's important that we do this grading a little carefully. So we identify that we look at a question and we allot marks to it by understanding there are two things to it. There's one, that the actual time that it takes, the complexity, the actual time to read, the actual time to work it out, the time that it's required to do that problem. And then the second is the actual quality of the question, as to what it's testing, what is the cognitive level at which that question is posed, the hardness level. So these two things we have to keep in mind. So I'll skip this, I'll just go to one interesting thing at the end. So what we do is sort of give marks to our own questions. So sort of on a relative scale of say 1 to 6. So if the question is very simple about remembering a formula or just putting some values in a formula, it's at the lowest level. So we just give it 1, quality factor 1. And then if it's a very creative, very highly innovative question, then it's at the highest, we give it 6. So we sort of give these marks to these questions, which are of two kinds now. The actual marks, which is the time metric for the actual time that is required to solve the question. And then we give an index to the question. The index is the quality of the question. It measures what is the cognitive level that that question is testing. So the average of this index weighted by the marks actually gives you the quality of the question paper. So at the very beginning, we see that whether the question paper is sort of in the middle, say at 3 point something. If it's very low, then the question paper is a poor quality. So I'll just give an example to just quickly show this. Here. So here's a question. So question paper, you see behind and against every question, there are 2 numbers written. So 2,3. It's a 2-mark question, but it has a value. It's weighted at 3. So its index is 3. So for example, it can be the next question has 4 marks, but it is valued at 2 because it's just a form. You have to just show that something is a canonical transformation. So there's not much of innovation in this question. So it's rated at 2, but it takes probably a longer time. So the marks is 4. So we distinctly separate these 2 parameters, the actual marks, which is the time taken by the student to do it, and then the quality of the question paper. So it turns out that when we evaluate the question paper, and you get an index of the question paper, which is say 3.15. Each question has a rating value from 1 to 6. So the question paper might have an index value of 3.15. So if the students are evaluated both on the basis of marks and also on the basis of this index, it turns out, as I show actual data, you see the histogram is different. So this is the histogram of marks for the students. The top one is actually for the index, the weighted index. So the marks obtained is the weight for the index which is ascribed to that particular question. So you see, this is expressed in a percentage. We can express it as a percentage of the total or the Bloom's index of the paper. And that you see is different. That is particularly different from the this one, actual marks distribution. So what we have is these 2 histograms, and then we can see that of course, these first 2 students, they're at the top 2, they are aligned. But you see somewhere the next grade, there is a difference. I mean, while we grade, we sometimes look at this other histogram, which is actually looking at the quality of the question paper. So for example, some students might have made a mistake in a long, tedious calculation and missed some sort of marks, but that particular question would have a very low index. So it would not reflect in the index histogram. So depending on the question's quality, the histograms are actually different. And since they're different, sometimes it's far more easier for us to evaluate students and give them grades based on their performance. So, so I will stop here and take a few questions.
Thank you, sir.
So I think I'll just quickly summarize in just.
Yeah.
So if there are any questions.
Thank you, sir, for this information, very good information that you have given for the session, that the question quality should be like that. We should evaluate the student in every respect, not only for the marks, but we can also come to know about the understanding and knowledge of the student. So thank you, sir. And I have not received any question in the chat box from from all the participants. If anyone have any question, you can write in the chat box. At present, I do not have any question in the chat box. So thank you, sir, for presenting so well.
Thank you.
So information session. Now I'm requesting our Professor BP Tyagi sir to present their talk. BP Tyagi sir is associated with the IAPT in the IAPT exam that we have. So I'm requesting, sir.
Thank you, Bhandari ji. May I just share the screen?
Yes, sir, you share the screen. Sarkar sir, you unshare your screen.
You close your screen first.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sarkar sir, kindly unshare your screen so that Tyagi sir can share your screen.
Yeah, I'm trying to do. Yeah, I have unshared it actually.
Yeah.
Is it still there?
No, sir, it's okay now.
Okay, it's okay.
So, very good morning, rather afternoon now, to all the dignitaries present over here, Professor Pradhan, Professor VP Srivastav, Professor Bhandari, Shri Tiwari ji, dear Poonam ji, other colleagues, Professor Anvesh, Professor Sirish Pathare, Professor Ravi Bhattacharya ji, and many more, all the participants and dear students. I'm going to share my screen now. मुझे पहले शेयर करने से पहले कुछ और करना पड़ेगा मुझको. क्या करेंगे इसको? Just 1 minute.
So kindly click on the green button.
Pardon?
Kindly click on the green button, green arrow, share screen. Arrow, that is upward arrow.
Just 1 minute. Actually, I have to open this PPT.
Yes, sir. First, you have to open the PPT.
Yes.
Then it will be visible to your screen. Yes.
Yes, sir. Now open the PPT, sir.
Yes.
Yes,
I think this is visible.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
sir.
Yes.
And I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Sir, can you make it full screen?
Yes. It is full screen.
Sir, you can make it a slideshow. So go to the slideshow.
Yes.
Go to the slideshow.
It's
Click it
okay.
here. Sir, you kindly click on the slideshow from. Yes, yeah, this one. Slideshow.
ये जो रेड पट्टी है इसके नीचे वाला, यहाँ इसके नीचे
रेड पे ये हटे तब तो.
अब
सर रिव्यू के बगल में.
Yes. From present slide. सर यहाँ से करिए ना. So.
What are you saying? Just repeat, please.
Play from start. Yes.
Yes, now it is fine.
Yes. So, I'm going to talk about the National Standard Examination. Excellence in any field can be achieved by recognizing, nurturing, and honoring talent and properly evaluating. One of the success stories towards this has been the participation of India in various international science Olympiads. The international Olympiads aim to bring the most talented school, pre-university students of the world together in a friendly competition of the highest level. Such an event provides a stimulus to begin a career in science and an opportunity to undertake a lifelong journey into the realms of exciting intellectual challenges. The Olympiads are not merely competitions. They are the means for the bright young minds to meet and to build new friendships that cater future scientific collaborations all across the world. Similar to the Olympics in sports, the Science Olympiads leave a long-lasting impression on the young minds. Such events are the opportunities of celebrations in school life and provide intellectual stimulus to a student to prove his or her worth on a global platform and allow us to teach and to learn science in unique, unconventional ways. The scientific community in India recognized the need of National Olympiad program in basic sciences and formulated the Indian National Olympiad in astronomy, biology, chemistry, junior science, and especially this physics. The nodal agency for all these examinations, as we know, is Homi Bhabha Center for Science Education, a national center of Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Mumbai. All the Indian National Olympiads are conducted by Homi Bhabha Center of Science Education somewhere in the first week of February every year. Some changes due to COVID conditions have been done for this year. 5 stages of Indian National Olympiad program in physics. To be a part of Indian team for International Olympiad, a student has to go through 5 stages, the National Standard Examination being the first stage. These stages are the National Standard Examination in Physics, which for this year will be conducted on January 16, 2022. All informations about this examination are given on IAPT website, and about this examination for information in 2019, around 54,000 students in India appeared. In COVID year 20, only 20,000 students could participate. The second stage is Indian National Physics Olympiad. This is conducted by HBCSC in February, but for 21-22, the 2 stages have been combined together to be held in a single sitting as Indian Olympiad qualifier on January 16, 21 from 9 a.m. to 10:15 part 1 and 10:30 to 12:30 part 2, which is just the INO. And here the student who has appeared for the first will have a choice. He may not appear for the second. He may leave the examination hall or he has to be there for the second part. The third is orientation cum selection camp, which is carried in HBCSC for top 35 students of Info. Info 22, the top 35 students will go for OCSC camp. This is orientation cum selection camp. Then there is a pre-departure camp for 1 week before going to international event. Next year it is going to be in Japan. And the next and the last is the International Olympiad, that will be IPHO 22, both in theory and experiment. Similar activities are done in chemistry, biology, astronomy, and junior science. National Standard Examination, NSEP in physics, NSEC chemistry, biology, astronomy, junior science are nationwide examinations organized by IAPT and other teacher organizations. We have been conducting NSEP for last 35 years, and NSEP, NSEB, NSEA are at 12th class level, while NSEJS is at class 10th level. But as I have told you, this year, these examinations have been renamed as Indian Olympiad Qualifier in Physics, Chemistry, Biology, Astronomy at 12th level, and IOQJS for 10th level. These NSEs are the first stage of the Olympiad program, as I have told you, and they are the screening test for that Olympiad. Out of this, we screen the students whose evaluation is done for the second stage Olympiads in respective subjects. Due to the pandemic condition, again, the first 2 stages have been combined. Enrollment. For this examination, the enrollment has begun. The exclusively online enrollment by each student. Each student has to enroll himself for this IOQ 21-22. He can select the subjects, whatever he wants. The enrollment has begun, and the last date as on present is 15th October 21. Each student has to participate, has to provide an exclusive phone number and his email so that he may be contacted in future. The students has to give the name of 3 cities where he wants to have his examination center. It will be in order of first preference, second preference, and third preference. The student is advised to choose at least one major city so that there may be a center. The fee for this examination for the first stage is merely 200 rupees per student per subject. The fee is to be paid online only, and there is no fee for subsequent stages. Eligibility of the student. It is the responsibility of every individual student to check his or her eligibility for IOQ at senior level, that is the class 12th level, for IOQP, IOQC, IOQB, and IOQA. The student must be eligible to hold an Indian passport. That means he must be an Indian citizen. His date of birth must be between 1st July 2002 and 30th June 2007, both days inclusive. He must be residing and is studying in India since November 30, 2019 or earlier. Must be studying in an Indian school system since November 30, 19. If some student is outside India, but he is studying in Indian system, he may also be allowed to appear. Must not have completed or scheduled to complete class 12 board examination earlier than November 30 to 2021, and must not have commenced or planning to commence studies in a university or equivalent institution before 1st June 2022. Also, he or she must not be appearing for the junior science examination. Either a student can appear for senior science or for junior science. For IOQJS, the similar conditions are there. He must be able to hold Indian passport. Here the date of birth is for junior science, the student must have been born in 2007 or 2008, January 1, 2007 to December 31st, 2008, both days inclusive, must be residing and studying in India, must not have completed or scheduled to complete class 10th board examination earlier than November 30, 21, must not be appearing for any of the senior senior NSCs, that is astronomy, biology, chemistry, physics, etc. This is a poster which has been displayed and sent to many schools in India for pursuing their students to appear in these examinations. Examination schedule for this year, as is said that it is an IOQ, the examination schedule is that for physics, if I start from beginning, the junior science examination will be on 9th January, physics and biology will be on 16th January, and astronomy and chemistry will be on 23rd January. IOQ 21-22 part 1 and part 2 shall be conducting at the examination center with paper and pen. This is specifically, I want to specify here, some people may think that this can be an online examination. It will not be an online examination, not it will be a computer-based examination. It will be a pen and paper examination at the center. IOQ part first shall be on the OMR sheet. The question paper shall contain objective questions with 4 alternative answers. And this will have 2 parts in the question paper. A1, only 1 correct answer. There will be 4 answers, 4 options. Out of them, there will be 1 correct answer, 3 marks for the correct answer, and there will be a negative marking, -1 mark for negative answer. A2, any number of answers may be correct, 4, 3, 2, or 1. In the B part, there will be some number of questions, and each question here will be for 6 marks. Credit is given only if all correct answers are marked and no incorrect answers in this part, and no negative marking in this part. Evaluation of IOQ Part 1 OMR is done by machine. Students are advised not to scratch, erase, or overwrite or make cutting on the OMR sheet. Students are advised to post their grievances, queries, and complaints on the web portal provided for the purpose. They may do so on IAPT website. A non-programmable scientific calculator is allowed in all these examinations. Details of the entire selection process. This was for the examination. After this, regarding the evaluation of IOQ Part 1 will be completely done with a machine. The computer will scan and evaluate the answer books, but before making the final answers or the final result sheet, we took up the queries from the student, their inquiries, their difficulties, their problems, all are taken, and then a group of teachers sit down, that is the board of evaluators, and they finally make a answer sheet that is given to the machine, and accordingly the evaluation is done. The aim of the first, now it is the details of entire selection procedure in the examination. The aim of the first stage examination is to have a wide reach, to progressively increase this reach, and to attain nationwide representation for stage 2 without overall compromising on merit. The selection of the evaluation of stage 2 examination answer scripts, that is Indian National Olympiad. In the present case, it is IOQ Part 2 this year. The following scheme is adopted. A total of 300 answer books of Part 2 are to be evaluated. I may tell you here that in the Part 1, that is the National Standard Examination, thousands of students appear. Their evaluation is done, and after the evaluation, 300 students are shortlisted for the second level examination. This time, both the examination are going to be together in a single sitting. Therefore, the answer books of only these 300 students will be evaluated for Part 2. But how these 300 students are chosen? We have make to have the complete representation throughout India, a minimum number of seats have been allotted depending upon the NTSC quota, and that sheet lies on the website. Students can see there. So here in the criteria, I start with the first is the eligibility clause. To be eligible among 300 students for the stage 2 INO examination or IOQ Part 2 leading to the International Olympiad, a candidate must secure a score equal to or greater than a minimum admissible score. We just name it MAS Maths. We name it MAS. So a student, if he want to be in the list of eligible candidates, his mark should be above maths. The maths for a given subject will be 50% of the average of the top 10 scores in that subject, rounded off to the nearest lower integer. Merit index clause. The second is the merit index clause. There will be a high score called the merit index, MI, associated with each subject in NSE, that is for IOQ Part 1. The merit index in a subject is defined as 80% of the average of top 10 scores in that subject, rounded off to the nearest lower integer. all students with a score equal to or greater than merit index MI for the subject will automatically qualify for evaluation of their part second answer script. So all students, those secure more than the MI, they are there in the list of 300 students. For example, if the average of top 10 scores in a certain subject is 92, then 80% of this is 73.6. Then the MI in that subject will be 73. All students with a score equal to or above 73 in IOQ part 1 of that subject will automatically qualify for evaluation of their part second answer book. Proportional representation clause. Students from all states and union territories in India need to be encouraged to appear for the first stage examination, and a nationwide representation for Indian National Olympiad is desirable. The quota for each state, union territory used in National Talent Search Examination to 2013-14, a nationwide competitive examination, will be used as the baseline for calculating the minimum number of students qualifying for evaluation of IOQ part second in every subject from centers in that state or union territory. Suppose the NTSC quota in S is S for a state, and the total for all states and UTs is T. Then the total number of students to be selected in INO from that state would be S upon T multiplied by 300, rounded off to the nearest higher integer. This number will include those selected on the basis of merit index. In the event of tie at the last position in the list, all students with same marks at this position will qualify for evaluation of IOQ part second. The selected students must nevertheless satisfy the eligibility clause that their marks should be above MAS. And other eligibility clause like age and the pre-university criteria and all that. The minimum number to be selected for all the centers in each state or UT has been displayed on IAPT as well as HBCSC website. Then the minimum representation clause. Notwithstanding the proportional representation clause, the number of students selected for IOQ part second from each state and union territory must be at least 5, provided that the eligibility clause is satisfied. The above criteria are illustrated with the example in the following slides. Let the quota on the basis of proportional representation clause for state S1 be 20. Suppose the number of students satisfying the merit index clause be 10. Then these 10 students will qualify for evaluation of part second in the given subject, and an additional 10 students from that state S1 is the given subject will be selected merit-wise, provided that they satisfy the eligibility criteria. Let the quota, the other example, let the quota for on the basis of proportional representation clause for a state S2 be 20. And suppose the number of students satisfying the merit index clause B in that subject is 30 from this state. In this case, all 30 students will qualify for the evaluation of part second in the given subject, and there will be no further selection from that state. No other student will be taken from this state. Previous international representation clause. This is another clause that if any student in the previous year have represented India in the international event of Olympiads, whether astronomy Olympiad, biology Olympiads, chemistry Olympiad, junior science or physics Olympiad, and he still satisfies the basic criteria for eligibility, then he has to appear in the first stage examination, IOQ Part 1, but his mark, irrespective of his marks, he will be selected for evaluation of the second stage. Even the students who have represented India in Asian Physics Olympiad or International Astronomy Olympiad Junior, they will also be considered in this case for evaluation of their part second. Those candidates who thus qualify to skip part 1 need to make a written request to the National Coordinator Science Olympiad at HBCSC and get their for getting their part second evaluated, provided they satisfy the other eligibility criteria such as age, pre-college status, etc. Then minimum total number clause. Minimum total number clause. In each subject, after all above criterion have been applied, it is possible that the target number of 300 students to be shortlisted for evaluation of part second is not reached due to non-availability of enough number of students in some states who satisfy eligibility clause A and secure marks more than mass. In such an event, additional students will be selected purely merit-wise, provided that eligibility clause A is satisfied, irrespective of which state they belong to, till the target number of 300 is reached. Other clauses will not apply for these students. In case of a tie at the last position, all students with the same marks at the position will be shortlisted for evaluation of part second. There will be no other criterion or provision for selection to the evaluation of IOQ part second examination answer books of a student. The list of all 300 shortlisted students roll number wise shall be posted on the IAPT website. Top 35 of IOQ part second shall qualify for the orientation cum selection camp in each subject to be held in HBCSC. There are something for Astronomy Olympiad. Eligibility for INAO, that is Indian National Astronomy Olympiad 22. This is actually for IOQA, the second part of the Astronomy Olympiad. The rules for selection for stage second are: there will be no change in the eligibility for stage 1. Stage 1 eligibility will be as such. The student pool of NSEA will be divided into two groups. Actually, at this stage, we are going to divide the students who appear for astronomy paper. They will be divided into two groups. Group A is students of class 12 as of November 30, 2021. And group B is student of class 11 or lower as of November 30, 21. For IOQA part second, a target number of students, a target number of 250 students will be selected from each group. From each of these groups, we are going to take 250 students. Thus, a total of 500 students will be selected in astronomy. The MI and MAS will be calculated separately for each of these groups. Merit index will be different for these groups, Group A and Group B, and MAS will be different for Group A and Group B. All the clause A to F above of selection will be applied separately to each group. The question paper for IOQ part 1 and IOQ part 2 will be identical for both these groups. previous question papers about, this was all about the selection of these students, and these students have been selected and their list is posted on the website. Now, previous year question papers are available if any student desires so. Separate booklets containing question papers with solution and answers for past 5 years in each subject, such as physics, chemistry, biology, astronomy, and junior science, are available at a cost of ₹100 per booklet. To obtain the previous year question papers, the students are supposed to deposit the money in the IAPT bank account and write a email request. The booklet will be sent by registered post. This is all about. Now, after this examination, certain certificates and awards. The following certificates are awarded in each subject. Report card will be generated online for all the candidates above mass and can be downloaded by the enrolled students for his record that he appeared for the examination. Certificates are given to top 10% students of every center in every subject as center toppers. Merit certificates are awarded to top 1% in each state, in each subject as state toppers. And a special merit certificate and a prize, book prize, will be awarded to national top 1% students in all subjects as national toppers. Here, I will like to express this very clearly that first we choose 1% national toppers from entire India. And after taking of this 1% national toppers, they are taken away, and then out of the remaining ones, the state toppers are chosen.
Excuse me, sir. Can you conclude in brief because we are getting 1 hour late our program.
Yes. Merit certificates and gold medals are awarded to students who attend the OCSC camp. This is some data of the previous year. So this is all about it, jo hai. Now I will close this one and I will pass on to NGPE. This should be closed. Yes, I have to say something about the National Graduate Physics Examination. Physics education itself makes a subject for realization of some important aspects concerning students. Are we providing the content rightly? Does the student grasp it? Is he able to reproduce and exercise the same? Does he find interest in it? Of course, there are many such questions. Indian Association of Physics Teachers, a voluntary organization, is searching answer to all such questions via its ground level activities by interacting with the student, teachers, and everyone who would be a teacher throughout the country since so many years. My abstract, I will be talking about the National Graduate Physics Examination, which is held every year in January for undergraduate students, its uniqueness, need, utility, and effectiveness. The National Graduate Physics Examination is a national level voluntary examination conducted by Indian Association of Physics Teachers in India every year on the penultimate Sunday of the month of January for undergraduate students. This examination aims to develop an ability of critical analysis of the physical problems and to make proper scientific judgment, to ascertain and argue for various aspects and reasoning in different physical situations, which a traditional university examination often does not. By way of this examination, we intend to promote good students to opt physics as their career. The examination centers are spread throughout India. NGP centers are, all right, this is throughout India it is. The schedule is, this year's examination is on 23rd January. The enrollment, the process of enrollment has begun. Here for NGP, the students can enroll online as well as they can enroll through their center. The last date for enrollment is November 17. The facility of online enrollment is available. The student has to tell, in case of online enrollment, the preferential city where he wants the center. There are few unique features of this examination, that this is a tension-free examination. The student can see his position in the entire country where he lies. Carry away the question paper, printed solution is provided to all students. There is a single question paper for BSc first, second, and third. And last year's examination paper and its solution is provided to all centers. Eligibility, the BSc students of first year, second year, and third year, whether they belong to pass course, honors, or integrated, are eligible. Anyone who has already passed BSc is not eligible. BS, MS, or MSc integrated students are allowed for this examination in first and second and third year of their courses. Examination fees is rupees 150. The question paper is available in different languages like English, Hindi, Gujarati, Tamil, and Telugu. The question paper contains 25 multiple choice questions whose answer is, any number of options may be correct. The correct answer may be 1, 2, 3, or 4. The credit is given only if all the correct answers are marked. No negative marking here. And this part is, each question is 6 marks, the total is 150 marks. Part B, there are 10 questions of short answers based on reasoning and explanations, answer to be in 5 to 6 lines, 5 marks each. And part B2, 10 problems based on basic understanding and logics for open-ended experiment or open-ended experiments, 10 marks each, is total of 100 marks. Certificate and awards, here again the same. The center topper merit certificate is given to the center toppers. 1% is state topper and 1% national topper, and 5 gold medals. There is also the part C examination here. This is NGP part C examination. Top 25 students are eligible for appearing in NGP part C examination, an examination in experimental skill. For final selection, for gold medal and one-time scholarship, maximum number is 5, worth rupees 20,000 each if one pursues MSc Physics or higher course in physics. Top 25 BSc third year students also referred, they become eligible for an interview for admission in post BSc integrated PhD program of physical sciences of S.N. Bose National Center for Basic Sciences, Kolkata. This is only for BSc third year students who at their BSc third year level secure marks more than 60%. Top 5 to 10 students of BSc first year in NGP are also allowed to participate in National Initiative for Undergraduate Science, that is NIUS program of Homi Bhabha Center, and may get some more opportunities for these students. The toppers of NGP may also get an opportunity to attend an experimental workshop which is organized by IAPT Kolkata Regional Council. Previous year question papers are also available for 150 rupees if any student desires so. Rest is the numerical data about the examination and all that. I think I will say thank you over here. It's okay, please. Stop sharing. Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Saab.
Enlightening us, giving information about all the exam of IAPT.
Yes, yes. This is
and very, very much informative because many exams we are not aware about this. So now we have, because there is no question in the chat box.
Any question anybody wants to ask about this exam?
Yes. One question.
Or he may write to IAPT examination office.
Yeah, you can also write there.
All must be knowing the even email ID of IAPT examination office. It is iapt.nse@gmail.com.
Yes, you can write there. So now I am inviting any question if you have, just raise your hand because it is not given in the chat. So I'm just coming to the next speaker of today, Dr. Khushtosh Manchandra sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for sparing your time. Dr. Manchandra sir.
It's ma'am.
Yeah, sorry.
Sir, yeah.
Okay.
So can I start?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Is the screen visible? Is my PowerPoint visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. And I begin by thanking the organizers for giving me this opportunity and platform to share the practices in undergraduate physics at Azim Premji University. We are relatively a new university, and so it is a great opportunity for us to showcase some of the things that we are doing. And also it has been a great learning since morning with the information that has come from other speakers. So thank you for this opportunity once again. So at the outset, I would like to say that many parts of this talk that I'm going to present today were contributed by my colleagues in the physics group at Azim Premji University, or APU. So my colleague, Professor Rajaram Nityananda, he spoke at the same forum last year, and he introduced the foundation, APF, and what undergraduate physics means at our university. So he gave some of the highlights in his talk last year. So I will essentially begin from where he left. And so that's the plan for the talk. And yeah, so going forward. Yeah, so Professor Rajaram spoke about diversity, and this is something that we are very, very particular about and conscious about, that we invite student applications from what we call as socio-economically disadvantaged backgrounds. Our admission process makes sure that these students are admitted, and they are also given a conducive environment for learning science, for learning for their education in higher studies. And Professor Rajaram gave you some numbers. So all that, whatever he spoke is on this YouTube link, again from the IAPT convention that happened last year. So the link is here. And yes. So some features that he highlighted during his talk were that we have a 16-week semester, and we engage our students with continuous assessment, where typically any assessment cannot be more than 30%, cannot have a weightage more than 30%. Which of course has a lot of benefits. It gives you feedback, it continues, there's a continuous feedback that comes to the instructor of the learning outcomes, and also that releases the pressure of the students where they know that the stakes are not very high, even if they don't do well in a particular assessment. So it works well both ways, and this is something that we do in all the courses that are offered here at the university. Another highlight that he mentioned was, again, I'm going through some of the key things that he said, was a common curriculum. So all the students, irrespective of their major, whether they are science students or arts students, they have to go through a common curriculum, which has courses such as understanding India, creative expressions, and so on, and which again we feel are very important for their overall growth, and they align with the overall vision of the foundation, the Azim Premji Foundation, of which this university is a part of. He mentioned about the support groups. So as I mentioned that we invite students from what we call socio-economically disadvantaged backgrounds, SED backgrounds, high SED backgrounds, and to make sure that they are better prepared for our courses, there are a lot of support groups for these students. There's a language center, there is a math center, which essentially do hand-holding of these kids and make sure that whatever gaps are there in their learning so far, they are filled. There are bridge programs that are conducted before an academic year begins, again, for better preparedness of these students. So there's typically a month-long bridge program, and the students are invited much in advance so that they can participate in these programs and benefit. And so when they finally start their semester and the courses that are there, they are better equipped with maths, they are better equipped with language, and they are overall better equipped with skills to handle the courses. So going forward, so more on our undergraduate physics program, some of the highlights. So our learning, our courses are project-based. So typically, most of the physics courses that I have taught or my colleagues teach, they would always have a project component where the students have that, which gives the student that liberty and creativity to explore things which are outside the curriculum, and that would completely depend upon the student, what they want to do, and based on the outcome they are judged, and it's completely in the absolute sense. So a student who is more ambitious may take something which is very challenging, whereas a student who is still struggling to cope up with basic physics may choose something which is relatively humble, but the student is given credit for the work that he or she has put in and the growth that he or she has shown during that course. There is problem-based learning. There are a lot of hands-on learning activities. We have a lot of emphasis on UG research, and the way the students are trained, the kind of exposure the students get at the university, we are training them for options other than masters, though I don't have the numbers here with me, but a lot of our students have, like from the outgoing batches, have been absorbed in reputed master's program, both in India as well as abroad. But there are students who have opted for unconventional things, like after a typical BSc physics course, they would join an NGO, or they would work with the school which is associated again with the foundation. So, or they end up doing a master's in sustainability or education. So the students are given that kind of exposure and training that they have more than one option to choose from once they graduate from the university. And as it's written here, the curriculum, right now we have a 3-year BSc. That's a BSc degree and a BSc with honors degree. So if students engage in an additional project, which is a 3-semester engagement, they end up with an honors degree. And we have a 4-year BSc B.Ed degree as well.
Then there's a lot of interdisciplinary studies that we focus on, and there are a lot of courses that are designed along the lines, for example, climate science, data and society. And these are courses that students, again, there are a lot of electives, there are a lot of options that are offered to the students, and at various stages during their stay at the university, they can choose from these and increase their repertoire of understanding how science and society work together and how they are linked, and it's not disjoint. So that's about it. And also something that we proudly say that most of our courses involve a lab component. We believe that theory and lab should go hand in hand. So if there's something done in theory, we try to set up a little mini experiment to also demonstrate that. And we feel that learning gets reinforced if it is also demonstrated through a lab experiment or through a computer simulation when we can't do it in a lab. There are workshop courses. Students are trained on using laser cutters, 3D printers, CAD, and the assessments that are also designed are for different learning styles. So I'll come to that later in the talk. So this is a small peek into our lab. So these are a few setups that are there. And one thing I would say that there's a 3D printer, there's a laser cutter. In the middle, you see a ticker timer there, again to measure quantities such as velocity and acceleration and doing some mechanics experiment. And most of these assemblies are built in-house. So we don't buy kits from outside. We try to make as much as possible. Things are built in the lab and involving the students so that they get a hands-on learning experience as to what goes in while making a setup. So that's why they are trained in using the laser cutter, the 3D printer. These are perspex sheets that we cut and we arrange them in different ways and set up different setups that you see here. That's a lathe machine that you see. Again, for the machining, for different machining activities, we use this. And there's the pulley apparatus that you see is to verify the vector laws and do a lot of interesting stuff with this setup. But the circular thing that you see up here, if you can see my mouse pointer, it is for measuring the quantities associated with circular motion. So these setups were all made in-house and students were involved while making these. As I said, there's a BSc degree and there's a BSc honors degree. So these are some of the works that our students have done in the past 5 years or so, and some of the highlights of their work. So there is, so what you see here is these are orbits of Trojan asteroids which are there in the Sun-Jupiter system. These are computational projects. So this was a computational project. Something here that you see, there was a student who was interested in fractals, and so she did study on the Mandelbrot set. There's a student who was interested in modeling epidemic models. So this is using cellular automata, they modeled the SIR model, and again, this was again simulations. What you see here, so a student set up an elastic pendulum in the lab, and then to track the motion of this and to plot the trajectories, the tracker software was used, and the student generated data, and a variety of things were computed based on the data that was generated. So again, I'm just sharing this because of the paucity of time, there are only, and space, there are only few pictures here, but there are many more interesting pictures that I have. There's this apparatus here. A student was interested in aerodynamics or aerofoils and how they operate. So this, again, this setup was made in-house by the student along with the mentor. And this thing, the red thing that you see here, I have a little video on this, and I think that's quite fascinating. I'll just move to that. probably you could see this and I'll tell you what's happening here in the. Okay, so what here the student, again, this was a part of their honors project. The student was trying to, this was a material science project. The student was trying to understand the property of brittle plastics. And what she's using here is a normal wrapping paper, a humble wrapping paper. That's a mylar sheet that's available, and it is stretched here. And then there's a steel rod that goes straight. However, the cutting that happens along this mylar sheet was not straight as one would expect, because the tool that cuts it is moving in a straight line, but the cut that you finally observe on the sheet resembles a sinusoid. And so these confirm some of the numerical simulations that the student did. And yeah, so again, this assembly was again made by the student in lab along with the mentor, and then these studies were conducted by the student. Yeah, so again, some of the highlights of our pedagogy. There's intense mentoring, 20+ physics courses are offered. The physics team is also involved in developing and teaching non-physics courses. And there are a lot of lab courses, is one-to-one student support. There are tutorials, there are seminar courses for advanced topics, and the bridge program that I discussed a while back. So yes, 2019, 2020 was when the pandemic struck. And yes, we as a group devised new ways of dealing with the pandemic, both in the theory courses as well as in the lab. And now the next few slides, I would like to highlight what all we did to cater to the need. So what we did to conduct experiments, so students were online, but we made sure that we made these kits. So this is again, so a faculty, a colleague, he bought a few components, he made these optical kits, and these kits were sent to the students' home and with a handout, and the students conducted simple experiments. So what went in these kits were mirrors, laser pointers, sellotapes, and students were given experiments like focal length calculation, interference, polarization, and so on, with all the with this humble kit that went to their homes. I have some exciting videos for these as well. It will come a little later. Yeah, so that was for an optics course. The kits that you see here went for a course in electricity magnetism, some coils, some connecting wires, some batteries. These were sent. And yeah, so this is a slide that shows some of the home experiment. We call them kitchen top experiments. Some of the experiments that student did, like refractive index of a plastic ruler, diffusion ink in water. And so basically the students, so what, of course, we all pray every day that the pandemic goes away, but when we look back of whatever we did during those times when we were online, like right now APU is in the offline mode, we are having in-person classes, but this was during the January time frame when the students were doing these experiments at home. So we kind of made the students aware that even when they are away from a fancy lab setting, it is possible to learn science by observing things that are readily available around them. And it's not difficult. I mean, it's not necessary, absolutely necessary that I can learn only when I'm inside the lab. So that was the learning that we as faculty had, and I'm sure the students also enjoy doing these experiments at home. In some kits that were sent for the electronics courses. So the picture that you see here, so the students were sent these ice cream popsicles. With these, they made microscopes. And what you see here is an onion peel under this microscope. And this is a Hydra picture. The graph sheets that you see here were used to study spherical aberrations. And yeah, so okay, so these are some cool videos. So because we wanted to make this learning experience fun, so we gave them a lot of creative flexibility. They were asked to make videos while they are doing these experiments, make them creative, and the grades were given based on the creativity, so that so there was a lot of flexibility when students made these videos. So there was this is a video courtesy a student, Vaishnavi. So she was testing components for an E&M course, and she made this video and then she shared it with all of us. So she tested different components for the E&M course, and these components were made a kit, and these were sent to the students who were taking this course. And this is very interesting. Again, a student, Pavan, who did this Lissajous pendulum. He used rice flour or kolam powder. That's what he told us. And this is the video. So he's sitting in his home and doing this experiment, and he shot this video for us to see. Okay, so moving on to the assessment strategies that we adopted during the online mode. So here are some of the things that we did, and I'll briefly go over each one of them, though I think they are pretty clear. So a unique question paper for every student. So this was done using a question bank where, and from that a random question paper was generated with the sequence of questions changed, with big values. If it was a numerical problem, the values were changed. And if these were theory problems, then different theory problems for different kids. And it was made sure, just to reduce issues of academic dishonesty, we tried to, so for the courses that it was possible, like specifically for courses like mathematic methods for physics, the maths, or for all these courses, we tried to make these question papers. Then a lot of technology was used. So online resources such as mind maps, flashcards, video lessons were made to make learning fun and intuitive. So there was a lot of feedback from the student because they felt totally disengaged in front of a computer, listening to the instructor for an hour. So as instructors, we try to change methods for making sure that the same concept becomes more interesting by using things like computer simulations or appending YouTube videos, which would also show the same concept in an animated way. So a lot of efforts were made by the faculty members just to make sure that the students, even in these stressful times, continue to learn. And so there was role reversal when I write. Students became instructors. So topics were given to students because they thought for 1 hour they're just listening to the instructor. So then for certain courses, the students were given a topic and now they had to explain that topic to everyone, to the entire class, which again the students enjoyed because then they thought they were their engagement increased in those courses. Then a lot of computer simulations were used because the lab was not readily available to demonstrate concepts. So simulations were used to show things like trajectories and motion, and for again courses like mechanics. There was a weekly tutorial sheet which was given to the students, which gave them a participation grade. Again, these were all incentives for students. And for teachers, for instructors, it was that this would increase their overall engagement in the course. Projects were given which had a peer review component. So if there was a project presentation, it was just not the instructor who would give you a grade, but there would be a group of your peers who would also look at this project and have their comments and ask you questions and give you a grade based on their evaluation. So all these things, like there was a lot of back and forth. We revised our curriculum, we evolved our curriculum based on the feedback and experience that we had from the students, from within the group, and many of these things worked, and students really enjoyed when these things were incorporated in our pedagogy. A lot of group work was introduced, though we have group work when we have in-person classes. But in the online mode, we thought that the students felt isolated. They were missing the classroom environment. So a lot of group work was introduced where we all knew now that we would just set up a meeting on Google Meet and talk to each other. So students were encouraged to do activities together. And then there were group presentations or problems were like, numerical problems were given where they were supposed to solve it in a group, and the solution would be posted by one member of the group. So that gave them a sense of togetherness when they work together on problems, even remotely. So they were office hours, and again, just to make sure that the learning was happening, we gave credit for students who attended these office hours. Viva was something that many of my colleagues did for smaller classrooms, which meant that instead of a usual sit-down exam where you have to write what you have understood in the course and answer a set of few questions, the faculty would sit with the students, ask them about any concept that they enjoyed, solve a question in front of the faculty. So these methods were just to make sure that there is no plagiarism, there is no academic dishonesty, and also to ensure that the main message of the course or the concept reach the students.
Excuse you, ma'am, can you conclude in 1 or 2 minutes?
Yes, I'm just left with a couple of more slides. And yes, there was a diversity in the type of assessment. As I mentioned in the beginning, we have continuous assessment. So all these are not sit-down exams. Some are quizzes, some are Viva, some are projects, some are a participation. So some may be a participation grade of solving a question. The answer may not be important, whether it's correct or not, but just the fact that you have solved a problem may give you a grade. So variety of assessment methods were used, and overall students felt more engaged with these methods. Of course, there were a lot of pitfalls, as other people also mentioned this afternoon, that there was an abuse of technology because Google knows everything, and that the stress levels were high because they couldn't see the instructor in person, they couldn't see their peers. So students reported of higher stress levels. We tried our level best to make sure that things were controlled, but yes, there were these cases reported when students had these higher stress levels. And as I mentioned, we have students from high SCD backgrounds. So some of these students didn't have very conducive environments, home environments to study. So it would be one room and there would be like the entire family sitting there when the student is writing an exam or attending a class, and it would not be like the student would not be able to focus well. So these were some challenges that we had. And to find more about us, this is the website. This is our group as it stands now. And I'll just take one more minute. I thought that was interesting. Can I have one more minute, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Just so I just have something that we prepared. Again, this is a colleague who did the wave phenomena course with the. This happened in January 2021. So these were few things that were sent to the students: blades, slinky, rubber bands, and then they were. So this is the kit that was sent to the students, and with this handout. So I had a copy of this. I thought I'd share it with everyone. So simple harmonic motion. So these were the things that they did with the kit that was sent. And I would like to show you a report that one of the students who did these experiments sent back to us. Okay, so here it is. So she did this harmonic motion of the fan that she had in her room. And that's the fan, and she did some, she calculated the X and Y the position of the blades, and then finally she plotted her data, and and that's how she submitted her report. So so these were some things that we did during the pandemic, I'll end here. Thank you for this opportunity once again.
Thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful session and activity and experiment that you have shown here. Definitely, we would all like, all the participants like to do the experiment, and the kit, if it can be available for the participants, and if any teacher want to take the kit. So can they have, ma'am, if they want to take this kit, is there any process to get the kit from you?
Yeah, I'll just share my email ID. Because I'm getting other messages also, which are like direct messages. There, people are asking for website and.
Okay.
So I can just share my email ID. So if there are specific questions, I can, because there is, we are already running short of time. I can share my email ID.
Email ID in the chat, so that everyone can see and they can contact you for the kit or any other experiment.
Yes.
So absolutely. Thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful presentation, for the activity and experiment that you have shown. Now I'm requesting Dr. Mahesh Shetty sir to give the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, and thank you, IIPT RC1, for giving me this opportunity. Let me share the presentation here. I hope this is visible.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So the topic right now that I'm going to discuss is design and development of case study based questions in physics. Now here I'm not talking about the evaluation pattern or things like that, but rather designing a new kind of questions which now NCERT has introduced, and even at undergraduate level we can be introducing these. So let me first acknowledge the people with whom I have worked over the years. The Astronomy Olympiad training team I had worked with for many years under the leadership of Dr. Vaiya, and the two very intelligent Astronomy Olympiad gold medalists, as well as who worked as facilitator, Dr. Varun Balirav and Dr. Shreyas Tendulkar, who are now astronomers themselves. Also, I've been associated with IIPT Mumbai Sub-Regional Council, and our team, along with Dr. Modi, who is going to talk tomorrow, Dr. Shamla Bodhni, who is in the meeting now, and Professor Shekhar and Rekha Gorpande Madam. We have been conducting various kinds of workshop for teachers as well as students. We have been regularly conducting summer school for students. So some of those experiences have really helped me in designing some of these problems, the new kind of problem. And of course, the kind of different kind of problem solving workshops that I had conducted at my college, Wilson College, and at other forums with various different teachers. So all these have contributed in the way, whatever I have developed over the years. And I can give you some tips about how to design and from where to think about designing new kind of problems, and especially these case study based problems. So what are the nature of question? What is this nature of question? It is an essay or description given about some phenomena. I'll share some of the examples and I'll share how new things can be developed. The description may be supported by diagram, picture, or graph. So basically you are given an essay in the question, and the learner is expected to comprehend the physics principle involved in that particular, whatever example is given, whatever description is given, whatever paragraph is written, okay, along with the diagram, maybe picture, maybe graph. The physical parameter is responsible for the given phenomena we are expected to understand. Then special conditions under which the particular phenomena may be observed, okay, that has to be tested, that has to be checked. And then the effect of variations in the given conditions. So, when we test while asking question in the paragraph, certain assumption might be given, and in the question you may ask that if this condition is changed, what is going to be the effect, and so on. Okay, so those are the kind of things that one can test here. So these become the elements to be tested, and one has to keep that in mind, that what I want to test when I design particular question. Okay, because many times what happens is in the given essay, the certain principle that I'm interested in will be there embedded, and we expect that student or the learner has to read that and grasp that. But at the same time, there could be information which might be given, which is probably unnecessary for the kind of question that you're going to ask. Now, you may say that is going to be a distractor, but well, that is also going to be one of the very important training for student to, because in natural setup, he is going to be given general condition, and he need to really pick up, which principle is really effective and what is going to be more important, which data can be neglected. All that training has to happen with this. Where it becomes relevant, of course, in education, people will have different theories, but I would say this is the right time that so many WhatsApp messages, so many fake videos, so many modified videos keep coming and pictures keep coming. Okay, that many times you might find such kind of pictures or videos even on the physics teachers groups, and it becomes really very important to grasp that what is right, what could be manipulated here, what kind of image might have been manipulated, or what we call photoshopped, or what kind of fantasy element has been added purposely while making the video, okay, or whether it is a natural phenomena. Now, grasping that becomes very essential, and as we that's my experience, as we start designing these questions, we learn a lot. As a teacher, we learn a lot, because we start thinking from the student point of view, and then we are designing the questions. The nature of question can be MCQ type in the NCERT, CBSE examination. Sample questions were given of MCQ type, but you can always design numerical problem based on this. You can always have short descriptive answers for these kind of questions, because your language skill are also going to be very important to be tested here. Okay, so that's also going to be very important. Now, what are the advantage of such questions? So first, it will initiate higher order thinking. People are talking these days about the Bloom's taxonomy. So analysis and evaluation, these higher order thinking especially is going to be very essential. So it is going to involve skill to categorize the information. Whatever information has been given, categorize that and decide what to focus on. Check the relevance of the given information, because not every question will have only that relevant information. There could be extra information, and you need to bother about whether this is an extra or whether this is relevant for the given question. Below that, connect the factual information with appropriate physics principles or laws, okay, and predict the outcome based on data. So the data could be given in the question. It need not be given in the description, but data could be given in the question. And based on that, you may have to think, okay, now under this situation, what could be the answer? It also involves, and that is very essential, hypothesizing via relevant assumptions, because that goes into part of creation, that you are creating your own theory looking at the information given to you, and you create your hypothesis, and then you come out with certain kind of outcomes. Of course, you are clearly going to mention that this is the assumption that I'm making in such kind of things. We'll see some of the examples. Okay, and very important thing is testing of language skills. This also can be addressed partly through situation-based problems or the case study-based problems, because language skill also becomes very essential. Why I'm mentioning and specifically talking about this is because it is a very common experience that large number of students many times just leave case study-based problems, even in mathematics. And many places in India, we have also observed a situation of irony many times, at undergraduate level especially, that students are many times afraid of the mathematics involved in the physics problems, okay, and they drop physics and they choose to go for majoring in mathematics. This ironical situation many of you might have also experienced, and there is a reason. A few years back, Professor Vijay Singh and his son was studying in our college, and then they had written a paper about why this happens. That because when you are solving physics problem, there are multiple stages. You are looking at a situation, you have to convert that situation into mathematical equation, solve the mathematical problem, and once you get the result, while solving the result, you need to make certain kind of assumptions which may involve certain physics principles which are not explicitly given. Okay, so you taking into account those assumptions, it is very essential that we need to remove certain solutions. Certain solutions may not be physically meaningful, okay, and then interpret the mathematical answer into the physics situation. So converting from one language to another language and that other language to the first language back, okay, can itself be an important skill that students need to develop, and that is where the case study based problems are going to be useful and helpful. This is one of the problem which was given. You can see here in class session the sample question paper given, and the description is about Faraday cage. Faraday cage or Faraday shield is an enclosure made up of conducting material. The fields within the conductor cancel out with any external field. So the electric field within enclosure is 0 and so on. Okay, and the entire description of this Faraday cage problem is given, and the questions will be based on this. For example, there could be a question about which kind of material can be used, okay, to build a Faraday cage. You may use copper, or you may use glass, or you may use the plastic shield. Which kind of material? Because here clearly the student is supposed to focus on this word, that conducting material, which means if it is MCQ type question, he will have to clearly see that, okay, copper is a conducting material, other materials are not conducting material. Therefore, I cannot use, say, a plastic shield to build a Faraday cage. Okay, then it is also clearly mentioned that the external field is going to be shielded. Okay, but if charge is kept inside the Faraday cage, what is going to happen? So people can ask question. You can think about and you can ask question about that. So some of those kind of questions surely can be asked on this Faraday cage. What I'm going to talk now is how and from where one can take inspiration and build such kind of problems. So one, of course, is there are the additional problems volumes, okay, for Halliday-Resnick, and I'm giving, I will be giving one or two examples here from that. For example, there is a problem in that additional problems book, okay, that supplement comes for teachers, and there is a problem on T-Rex. Okay, it says that T-Rex may have been known from experience not to run particularly fast because of the danger of tripping. And the entire analysis goes into this. So in which case the short forearms would have been no help in cushioning the fall. If T-Rex falls, the whole huge body is going to fall, and you can imagine the center of mass is very high, okay, and that is going to ultimately fall, and there will be huge torque, okay, and that angular momentum can ultimately, the final thing that will fall could be the head, and that can have the maximum injury. So the problem may be based, problem can be broken up and problem can be designed using this. Suppose T-Rex of some mass m trips while walking, toppling over, with its center of mass descends at an additional 0.3 meter owing to compression of its body and the ground. Now, this information has been given to you that center of mass is going to descend by this much amount when he falls. Okay, so you know that he starts with, say, 0 angular momentum. Okay, but then he is going to experience the gravitational weight and gravitational force at the center of gravity, and you can calculate what is going to be the torque on it. Okay, so what are the problems which were designed here? Okay, this is a ready-made problem, of course, from Halliday-Resnick additional problems companion. Okay, but you can see that in multiples of dinosaurs' weight, what is the approximate magnitude of average vertical force on the dinosaur during its collision with the ground? Now, this is kind of a thematic problem. Okay, but a basic situation is given to you. Based on that, you can think of, okay, which all quantities I may be able to calculate using this. Okay, now here, instead of giving a simple problem like there is a body with its center of gravity at this particular distance and the body slips and falls, okay, calculate the angular momentum. Instead of making it into that, okay, you are changing it into a case study, and then you are trying to find out what could be happening. Now, assume that the dinosaur is running at a speed of 19 meters per second when it trips. Okay, so additional component has been brought and falls to the ground, then slides to the top with a coefficient of friction of 0.6. So additional initial velocity is given. Then when it falls, there is a coefficient of friction is given to you. Okay, so you know that after how much time it is going to stop, it is going to fall, and where it is going to land ultimately. So these additional things can be calculated. It's not that these things themselves are difficult. People have been solving these kind of problems, okay, with inanimate objects. Now it's just a question of you are changing it into a different situation. So you are teaching them to build models, okay, how from realistic situation a model can be built. And then you can ask questions and even approximate, what approximately are the magnitude of average total force and the sliding distance. So here you are bothered about the uncertainties involved. Okay, so one has to write clearly that when you are writing an approximation, okay, with maybe 1 or 2 significant digit, your answer could be there, and you are going to specify that what assumption you have made here. Okay, so whenever so now these are not MCQ type of questions. These are the questions where you expect there could be multiple different kind of problems. Similarly, you can further add, okay, the force magnitude of first case and second case strongly suggests that the collision would injure the torso of the dinosaur, because you're going to calculate that force, how much force is going to act on the body, and the head, which would fall farther, would suffer even greater injury. So here, the final comment is there, which is only to give kind of an idea that what was your original hypothesis in assuming that T-Rex probably were not running very fast. Okay, that is because if they were running fast in a natural setup, the physics will be this, which you have calculated approximately, and you can then calculate that it could be dangerous for such animals, and therefore naturally it may not evolve to do that. There is another interesting problem from the same companion, but I'll be coming to more ideas how we can generate. The whole idea here I'm going to give you is which are the sources that you can use to build such kind of problems, not just copy problem from a book. Of course, the good books can always help you to give idea. And if you're going to take that problem for the examination, you may also mention that, okay, I'm taking the problem from this particular book. Okay, but the idea how the problem is developed, that is what we are focusing at. So when you cough, you expel air at a very high speed through the trachea and upper bronchi. You may give, if you think that a student is not, probably has not studied biology, you may give a diagram specifically, what is trachea, what is bronchi, okay, and that will just help, okay, so that he doesn't need to bother about or come under tension that I don't understand what exactly, which part you are calling trachea or bronchi. Okay, so you may additionally give a diagram here, fine, and then you are clearly saying that when you are coughing, what you are doing is you are removing that excess mucus lining. Okay, now you produce the high speed by what procedure? So the step-by-step procedure is given, which also gives you some good idea of how that model is built. Okay, as coughing is a pump. So you breathe in large amount of air, trap it by enclosing the glottis, the narrow opening in the larynx. Increase the air pressure by contracting the lungs now. Partially collapse the trachea and upper bronchi to narrow the pathway. So now what has happened is you have inhaled, you have breathed large amount of air, and now you are compressing it, and you are also making the path very small, and then you are expelling the air through the pathway by suddenly opening the glottis. Question here is, now this is the information given. For which course you want to use this? Whether you want to use it for thermodynamics part, whether you want to use it to show the adiabatic expansion and what happens, many different kind of things can be tested using such kind of given situation, given problem. So for example, the problem design there was, assume that during the expulsion of the volume, flow rate is this. Now this is the data given. So whenever you are going to design a problem, one need to bother about whether my order of magnitude is correct or not. Okay, whether I'm giving some random number or whether I'm giving a number which is suitable for human beings. In terms of the speed, the speed of sound is about 343 meters per second. Of course, this is going to depend on the temperature. So you may want to make it simple as something like 350 also, or you may want to use 343 because it is going to be a useful term in terms of the cube or something like that. So depending on your formulae, you may guess that which could be an easier number to work on, because you see 7 comes over here. Okay, so I can always take 7 cube, and that will give me 343. So I can use this number. So this becomes a useful approximation. Okay, it is good correct order of magnitude, but also useful approximation. Remains its normal diameter is 14 millimeter. Okay, so again now this number is multiple of 7. Okay, so while giving numbers, probably you might be using something like this. Okay, contracts to a diameter of 5.2 millimeter. Now, 14 to 5.2, you can think of what is the ratio. Okay, and you can then design problem like this. The point here is when you are taking data, see that it is realistic data. Number 2, if you are making an approximation, see that your approximation is helping student to do even approximate calculations without maybe a scientific calculator or something like that. Okay, because we are not testing here is completely the numerical ability. We probably are not even interested in that the high precision in the answer. Okay, but we are more interested in whether he is using correct physics expression, correct physics formula. Let's see where else we can look for such kind of situations. And some of the problems I'll be talking now is the problems I designed because I'm a fan of science fiction. And once we conducted this kind of workshop 2 years ago with IIPT Mumbai Sub-Regional Council for Junior College Teachers, okay, that how we can design problem using science fiction. So this is a situation from Rendezvous with Rama, the famous novel written by Arthur Clarke. Look at the description of the first problem, because this is something very, very interesting. So in that science fiction novel, Rendezvous with Rama, an alien spaceship is approaching the sun. And that's a description given to you. It is of cylindrical shape with a rotation period of 4 minutes exactly. So that cylinder is rotating about its axis with a period of 4 minutes. And it has got diameter of 16 kilometer and length of 50 kilometer. Okay, now you realize that diameter of 16 kilometer, length of 50 kilometer, which is like a box. Okay, and the circumference is approximately 50 kilometer, and length is also approximately 50 kilometer. So you can imagine the size, and it is something like, for Mumbai, because I'm located at Mumbai, I can give a picture of this. that it is like the entire Mumbai. If you take from one end to the other end of extended Mumbai, you can just fold that entire city and convert it into circle. And imagine what happens. You are standing down, and when you look up, okay, basically you will be seeing some other part of the city. Okay, and within this size scale, okay, the clouds are forming and other atmospheric phenomena are happening, and entire cylinder is rotating. That is giving you centrifugal force. So that is giving you effect of the gravity here. Okay, and so the various, yes,
1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure. So such kind of description can be used, and one can then write what is the effective gravity experience at the bottom of the cylindrical world, what is the object on the axis. We can calculate suppose the waterfall is there, okay, in that particular situation, how much time water will take to reach to the ground, how much time how the displacement of the water will happen, okay, and whether you can use Coriolis force for that. So you can make different kind of assumptions. First, assume no air friction is there. Now that's not possible. No air friction doesn't mean no air, because if there is no air, there won't be any water. Okay, but one has to make that air friction is negligible. Let us assume that. Okay, and then you can say that let us assume the air friction is half that of that on the earth. Now here you may have to give number. Okay, so one has to use these kind of ideas that I have read a description in the science fiction. Can I imagine that, and can I fit physics that I understand, I know in the situation? Okay, so things to look at while designing: which physical principle are we focusing on? What are the assumptions made in the given case? What is the order of magnitude for certain physical parameter? What is the uncertainty involved in numerical example? Are we assuming some constants? And if you're assuming some constant, why not give the list of constant in the description of the problem itself? Okay, value of G, radius of Earth, distance between Earth, Sun, depending on the situation, what situation you're talking about. If data is given from simulated experiment, add the realistic uncertainties. Okay, so similarly, there is another novel Nemesis based on which I designed some problems. So you have list of problems, list of questions based on that Nemesis. Then there is a planet going around it, and then it's a too close planet, and then planet has another satellite, and then you can think about what is the daytime on the satellite, what is the temperature balance, and all those kind of things can be tested here. Okay. Then you can, of course, consider the other kind of situation that you want to photograph the Earth-Moon system, and you are given the data that Moon is at 60 times Earth's diameter, but you want both the photographs where Moon and Earth should look of the same size, okay, where the person should be standing and taking photograph. It becomes a geometrical exercise, but then one has to keep in mind the size orders. Comprehension of Nobel lectures is one thing. I will just take 1 or 2 minutes more. Comprehension of Nobel lectures, because many times what happens is we are bothered about our syllabus, whether allows this or not. So in our syllabus at undergraduate level, first year BSc, there was a mention in practical syllabus that students should know the work of Nobel laureates. Okay, we converted that into a different kind of exercise. Instead of just reading the information and submitting that information, okay, they said that can I give Nobel lectures and as a guided exercise, can I give some questions which will help them to understand that essay? They may not understand the entire essay right from the beginning to end, but at least I can give some questions, so that becomes a guided exercise. For example, for Alfvén's Nobel lecture, we can talk about what is the difference between gas and plasma, what is heterogonic process, what are the difficulties in knowing solid body collision effects to understand the solar system formation. All these kind of questions can guide them to read the relevant part of the essay and understand. Similarly, we can talk about Compton effect, we can talk about Thomson's Nobel lecture, or we can even talk about the integrated circuit. Kilby got Nobel Prize for that. So we can talk about various different things. Other place where you can pick up the articles is journal articles, like thermal barrier coating materials and so on. Okay, so this is for undergraduate level that I'm talking about, that we use these materials, these particular articles, okay, from materials today, and gave them guided reading exercise where they have to comprehend or write about numbers or write about read graph and try to understand things. Okay, some suggestions about magazines and journals. These magazines or journals you can use to pick up these ideas and design questions, because that will help students to and a new exercise, that guided reading exercise, that something which may not be comprehended completely. Okay, at least your questions are helping them to comprehend, and we can use such kind of practice even for internal assessment as well as the main examination. Okay, so I stop at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mahesh, for a very good informative presentation that you have given today. And I do not find any question by anyone. If still someone have any question, you can raise your hand or you can write in the chat. So I didn't find any question. Thank you, sir. Thank you for
welcome,
this.
sir. I'm just giving my email.
Yes, you can
so
write
that,
in the chat box. So if anyone have any doubt, they can ask you.
Yeah. So it is mahesh.shetty@wilsoncollege.edu.
Yes.
Thank you, organizers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So now we have paper presentation. Today we have two paper presentation. And the first paper presentation is by Rachna Rishi ma'am from MIT School, Mayur Vihar. So I'm requesting her to come and present the paper. And her time for presentation is 12 minutes. Rachna ma'am. Rachna Rishi ma'am, are you here? Rachna Rishi ma'am.
I think she is not available.
Just have to see, just have to check, and I have to make the co-host also. Just okay. She is here, but she is not the host. Okay, ma'am, I'm doing. Wait.
Okay.
Just wait. Okay. Yes.
Dr. Rachna is there?
Yeah, I've done. Okay. Rachna ma'am, now. Yes, Rachna Rishi.
Yes. Thank you so much. Sir, am I audible now?
Yes, no. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Kindly share your screen.
Yes, sir. I will share my screen as well. I think I'm not visible. Just give me a minute.
Yes. Now it's all right. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. So first, a very good afternoon to all the esteemed co-panelists who are there. I'm really humbled to be allowed and to be given invitation to present my paper. So without taking much time, I will just share my screen. Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. All right, sir. So what is the topic was assessment for the theme given was trends in assessment and evaluation in secondary physics. And since I'm taking 11th, 12th physics, so I have chosen this as my theme. And the topic which I have chosen is assessment for learning. Assessment for learning is a term which has been used widely in NEP. So that means that the evaluation which we are doing, we have to shift our emphasis from assessment of learning, that initially we were checking the assessment of learning, that how much the children have learned. From that, our shift should be gradually towards that the assessment should become a means for the children to learn. So the vision of NEP, because it is a very significant paper and there are many drastic modifications which have been introduced in NEP. So through NEP, that is my main paper, and then for my main The context is with respect to the NEP because it is a very vast paper. So I just wanted to simplify that so that we understand that what is the core of the NEP and what in particular should we do towards evaluation. So the vision of NEP is that it is to transform the evaluation and assessment to a tool for learning rather than evaluation of learning. And then gradually, initially the assessment was mostly subjective. So over the years, all our previous year, my focus is again on CBSE. So the question papers were largely subjective. And then they were testing more of how the children have accumulated the information, and that could involve also rote learning. So now the focus is being shifted to an assessment which is testing as well as which is helping in developing the reasoning, thinking, analytical, and problem solving skills, because that type of assessment does not allow the creativity of the children to nurture, and at the same time it does not develop their critical thinking and reasoning skills. So with that in mind, the assessment is gradually being restructured, and it is a step in the right direction. As our esteemed panelists earlier also have emphasized, so we have a lot to learn from the assessment in international Olympiads, as well as for assessment in the AIPT, and what Ma'am Kaustubh Ma'am has shared. So a lot of that can be, we can incorporate in our assessment also. So introduction of MCQ type questions, case study based questions, assertion reasoning type questions, they all aim at developing critical thinking, conceptual clarity, and application. These reforms are to equip the learners. So with these types of reforms, that is the questions which are just testing the real life skills, just testing the critical thinking, we are in the process in equipping them with the real life skills and making them future ready and at par with the world standards. Because across the world, we see all the exams and all the curriculum is such that it is mostly testing the critical thinking and the analytical abilities of the children rather than just mere accumulation. And that becomes a key skill, and that becomes a tool which is applicable throughout their life, and thus makes them future ready. And then in addition to that, this is also a step in, especially in context of our country, that it is also a step to reduce the burden on learners in the senior secondary classes by transitioning to an assessment pattern, which is similar to the entrance exam for admission to different courses. In all the admission courses, all the exams are essentially objective type, and they are also testing the critical thinking, reasoning, and analytical thinking skills. But then our boards also, they want that gradually, we should also transition to that system so that there is not an additional burden in these 11th, 12th classes. So the purpose is also to minimize the dependence on the rampant coaching system. So this is again the same. The main objectives are to develop analytical, critical, and creative thinking along with conceptual clarity, and testing primarily the core capacities of the students through objective questions. And then how can we accomplish this? Again, it is the onus lies on the teachers to design such assessments, as Sir also has given, Mahesh Sir has given so many guidelines and so many ways and so many different sources from which we can design such assessments. And then platforms, meetings where teachers can put their heads together to design such assessments. Besides that, the curriculum and assessment can be modified by adopting the best practices from different boards. So it's a very general paper based on the observation which I had and the shortcomings which are there in the CBSE and can be incorporated from other boards. What is the need for changing the trends in assessment and evaluation? The current secondary school board exams are largely subjective. The syllabus is also very vast. The entrance exam for different courses after 12th are largely objective and testing the analytical skills. So there is a vast difference in the preparation needed for the board exams as well as the entrance exam. And because of this difference, there are the rampant coaching culture which are preparing them for the competitive exams and which are very different from the preparation needed for board exams. So thus the problem, the students are at the receiving end. So they have to bear the brunt of this, spending almost their entire senior secondary education in trying to maintain a balance in preparation. And this is at the cost of a more holistic development. The same time can be divided, can be utilized by the children in a more holistic development, playing some game and overall development of personality. So hence the need to bridge the gap. Key points of NEP, that is the National Education Policy. This I have taken directly from the document. The CBSE board intends to make the exam easier, those testing the basic competency of students through application-based questions. So the assessment that primarily tests the core capacities is the immediate key reform to all board exams. So this is the main objective, that is the assessment which is testing only the core capacities is the immediate key reform to all board exams. Boards also plan to develop further viable models for board exams to reduce the pressure and the coaching culture. That is, the board is also thinking of taking dividing into modules, as is for this year also they have divided into 2 terms. And now I have just accumulated from the beginning a few over the last couple of years how gradually there has been a change in the trend of the question paper which the CBSE board is giving for 12th class. So this was the in the year 2003 to 2007. Here in this case, there were only 5 one-marker questions and the remaining all were subjective questions. And then thereafter from 2008 to 2014, the number of one-mark questions were increased to 8. And thereafter from 2015 to 18, again here it was the number of one-markers were again reduced to 5 because there was an addition of a value-based question because that direction also came in between. And then from 2019 to 20, then there has been 37 questions, and then this paper was there offline. So this was in 2020. The paper was, yes, it was conducted. Physics paper was there. So there were 20 questions and there were 1-mark questions. 20 1-mark questions were included in this. So we're shifting towards more number of objective questions. Then the sample paper which has come for 2021, this has a total of 33 questions. And this is the question paper which has 10 short answer questions. Then there are, in addition to that, we have the case study based question, and then the assertion reasoning questions. Assertion reasoning again are objective. They require critical thinking, analysis, and then the case study based questions again relate the subject to the real life situations so that the children can apply and think that the two are not independent of each other. Then the sample paper which has come for the year 22. This has a total of 45 questions and this is purely objective. So it has section A, all questions are objective in this. And the students are supposed to be attempting 45 questions, whereas the maximum marks for the question paper is 35. So the marks allotted to each question becomes around 0.7, which is less than 1. And then there is no negative marking. So this was just how the board is gradually transitioning towards objective type questions which can develop the skills which are needed. Then I have just taken a few questions to compare how now that the board has come up with this modification, how the exams questions which are coming are comparable to those for the different entrance exams which they have to write at the undergraduate level. So this is the one question from the CBSE sample paper for 21. Which statement is true for Gauss's law? So this is, I have taken from the chapter on electrostatics, one question, and one chapter question I have just for a comparison, I have taken from the topic of AC. So this is from electrostatics. Which statement is true for Gauss's law? All the charges, whether inside or outside the Gaussian surface, contribute to the electric flux. Electric flux depends upon the geometry of the Gaussian surface. Gauss's theorem can be applied to non-uniform electric fields. Electric field over the Gaussian surface remains continuous and uniform at every point. So this is the question from the CBSE sample paper. And the answer to this is, of course, the answer is, but then it does test the core understanding and the conceptual clarity of the students. So then the similar question was based on the same topic in NEET. The question asked was, it's a simple direct application. So we feel that now that the board is at least in the context of reducing the burden and going to switching to a pattern which will be at par with the international levels as well as with the question papers which we get in the various competitive exams, various entrance exams. To that extent, I think that the board is in the right direction. So here also, this is a direct question. And
Rachna ma'am, only 1 minute is left.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's about to be over. So in a certain region in space, volume is this. The electric potential is found to be 5 volt throughout. So the magnitude of electric field in the region is. So here, because the potential is the same throughout, so the field is going to be 0. So this was a NEET. And then from the same topic, so I'll just take one question from this topic only. From JEE Main 2020, consider a circular coil of wire carrying a current I, forming a magnetic dipole. So we have a circular coil, the magnetic flux through an infinite plane that contains the circular coil, and excluding the circular coil area is given by phi I. So flux through the infinite plane outside the circular coil and excluding the circular coil is phi I in the region outside. The magnetic flux through the area of the circular coil is given by phi naught. Which of the following options is correct? So this is again a very simple question based on pure understanding, conceptual clarity. So here the answer is going to be the first one, phi I equal to minus phi naught. So my idea was only to convey that I think we are headed in the right direction and we are gradually switching to a pattern. So here this is the answer. The answer will be the phi I, the relation will be they are opposite in sign, because within the flux it is going inwards and coming out of the coil, and outside it is going into the coil. So I think this was another question I had taken up, which comparing this with the various entrance exams. So I think I will sum up with this, that finally that the evaluation, the evolution in assessment and evaluation in the CBSE context is for good, and there should be a continued effort to enforce the recommendations of NEP. And it is for the teachers to frame such assessments, and we will take cue from, and we will take some enlightenment from the IAPT as well as from the international Olympiads, and we can make an effort towards making such evaluations. So teachers need to frame assessments which develop critical thinking and creativity. Platforms, events can be organized for discussion. Education boards can be suggested changes in curriculum and assessment from middle and secondary school onward. This was also something very important, which I also feel very strongly, that from secondary, from the middle school onwards, in many other boards, the level of physics is a little higher. So those children are a little better prepared in comparison to CBSE. The CBSE, the syllabus is, the level is a little too easy, or we can have a system of 2 courses, 2 options, so that the children with a bent inclination towards the subject can choose a higher option, and they will be better placed, and they can be the future researchers for us.
Okay, Rachna ma'am.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your presentation. Now the questions, I have few questions written in the chat box. One is the Angelo D'Souza. He's saying regarding 0.7 mark question, it is not mentioned in any circular or sample paper either. Has CBSE mentioned anywhere? No. I am giving the answer. It is not mentioned anywhere, the 0.7 marks. And another question is from Neeraj Pant. With due respect, I would like to ask the students are appearing for the entire course in 2 terms with the separately designed syllabus, but not on the other side. If they want to appear for any entrance examination, then whole syllabus will be asked. Would not be more difficult for the student. Reducing syllabus is another issue. And this is a question for you.
Sir, could you please repeat the question, the second one?
He is saying because there are 2 terms, so it may be difficult for the student. So he want to know about this.
Sir, I think because the pattern for the first term is purely objective, and they are also already preparing for the competitive exam side by side. So I think this will be better in the sense that the competitive exams, especially those who are giving preparation for IIT and all, they are giving only purely mathematical kind of approach. So the concepts, I think, are better taught by the teachers who are teaching the CBSE curriculum rather than those taught in the various coaching centers. So in a way, it will help in clarifying their concepts also. At the same time, there is no burden of learning the long derivations in theory. So I think it'll in no way it'll be a burden on them.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Monica ma'am is saying every child is not preparing for competition. So how can we say that it is beneficial for them?
So
Monica,
again,
ma'am?
even if they are not preparing for competition, sir, the idea is to develop the core skills, because we all know from our common experience that the education which we are gaining is not eventually, we are using that education in the areas only for the teachers it is relevant, but for others, they are not using the education in any other field of life. So I think developing the core analytical thinking, critical thinking, problem solving skills is much more important.
Thank you, Rachana ma'am. Thank you. Now I'm calling another paper presentation today, Dr. Meeta Luthra ma'am. Ma'am, Rachana ma'am, kindly unshare your screen.
Yes, yes, sir. Stop share.
Dr. Meeta Luthra ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are already co-host. You can just share.
I'll just start sharing my screen.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
just a correction, I'm Meetu Luthra.
Okay, sorry, ma'am.
Yeah, no
Meetu
problem.
Luthra.
Yeah, I'll start sharing my screen.
Ma'am, just your camera थोड़ा set कर लीजिए, ma'am. Your face is not coming. Yeah.
Is it better? Why is it not sharing? Okay, share. So, is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So a very good afternoon to all the eminent speakers, the organizers, and my colleagues. I'm just going to give you an analysis of an effective evaluation and assessment techniques in a nutshell at undergrad level based on my 20 years of experience in teaching BSc Honors Physics. So as we all know, that assessment is a very important and integral part of a teaching learning process. And it not only helps students to understand how much they have learned in a in a class, but it also gives an idea to the teacher as how well she has been able to communicate the idea and explain the concepts to the students. So for that matter, at every level, be it primary, secondary, or tertiary, we require a sound and effective evaluation technique. So any teaching course that aims to just reduce the gap between what the student already knows and what we require him to know. So that gap is actually bridged by that particular course, and the whole onus lies on the teacher to make that purpose, to solve that purpose. And the role of a teacher is immense. Like, she has to plan, she teaches, she listens, she questions, she observes and diagnose as in she understands what is the problem area of the student and what is going wrong in the class, what the student is not able to understand, and so on. So in a nutshell, to assess how much has been achieved, we require a very, very sound mechanism for assessment. So that mechanism has to be in place, and that assessment should be, in a sense, formative or a continuous kind of an evaluation, because it will form the basis of planning to set goals for the next session, for the future teaching sessions. So the whole process is kind of interrelated. And so I'm just going to go through what, why, and how of the assessment to complete the understanding, and then I'll present my level of, what kind of tools I found beneficial for assessing my students. So to start with, if I ask what is assessment, then assessment is mainly done in a classroom. So there can be different means of doing it. And as I said, it is kind of a feedback to the students to understand their level of understanding, and also means to identify their own problem areas, and giving, in a way, feedback to teachers to know how well the students have understood in their class. And also then giving a kind of, an idea to the students how to improve, an idea to the teachers how to improve their teaching protocols. So the essential types of assessments that are generally stated are diagnostic testing, formative assessment, and summative assessment. So just a brief overview of each of them, so that will form the basis of my analysis later on. So what is diagnostic testing to start with? So whenever, like in courses like physics, for that matter, I'm teaching quantum mechanics. Whenever I start a lecture, I need to know what is the level of understanding of the student, which he or she has already gained in the past, courses. Like if I am teaching a student of 5th semester, in quantum mechanics, I need to know in the previous semesters what kind of understanding she has developed. Because for understanding quantum mechanics, she would require topics like, she would require an absolute clear-cut understanding of things like quantum physics, mathematical physics, and wave mechanics, and so on. So unless I know whether they have reached that level of understanding, I'll not be able to make my concept clear in the class. Because quantum mechanics itself is quite, for students, it's little intimidating, and for them, it is like intriguing. So for that, they need to have a sound background, a sound foundation on which I can build up the concepts of quantum mechanics. So that is where diagnostic testing comes to play, and it helps to identify the level of understanding of the students. So the assessment in these classes is generally in the form of discussions and discussion sessions and kind of oral tests, or maybe some problem solving sessions where I can connect the dots and I know where my starting point is going to be. So this is what is diagnostics testing, which is definitely a very, very important aspect of any assessment. Then comes a formative assessment, which is actually assessment for learning. This assessment is done while teaching, where a teacher must try to know whether what she's teaching, the student is understanding that topic particularly very well. For example, this can be done using class quizzes, giving problem sheets to the students, giving some multiple choice questions, 1-minute tests, and so on. So there are various ways of identifying whether a student, or to actually assess whether a student is able to understand what we are teaching him or her. So assessment is formative, as it can be. Why we call it formative assessment? Because it is used to then make improvements to help students learn the topics in a better sense. Then lastly, we have, this is just a kind of a distinction we can make between assessments. So there are other ways of distinguishing the assessment types, but I have just chosen these broad distinctions, where I've just chosen 3 types of assessments. So all others might be just part of these 3 types. So the last one which I'm talking here is summative assessment, which is again assessment for learning, but it is mainly in the form of grades. So here the assessment is against some intended learning outcome, and it is as per the university calendar. University like Delhi University has a norm that I have to assess. I have to give an internal assessment of my student based on a quiz, based on a class test, or based on an assignment, or a presentation, or a project, and there are designated marks for these assessment tools. So those all would come under summative assessment. And similarly, it is also important, this kind of an assessment is important for grades. And then I can also understand, I can actually have a comparison between the level of understanding and knowledge of different students. So it's a relative examination. I come to know a relative difference between students taken together. And finally is the evaluation, which is the final evaluation, which is pre-announced by the Delhi University, which is the final pen and paper exam, which mainly focuses on grades, and it will judge whether the student qualifies to go to the next level of learning, right, from second year to third year and so on. So it's a rigorous examination. And I have actually found out during this case study that I'm going to present here that the evaluation is also a very, very important aspect of assessment. So now coming to why do we need assessment and evaluation, which I've already told. Assessment, obviously, any college and any university for that matter, what is its main aim? In fact, in these days, in even the NAC accreditations that the universities have, institutes have to get, or the NRF ratings which we have to obtain, this is a very, very mandatory aspect to give a result analysis of all the students. So in a way, the objective of any college and university is recognized to be to achieve highest quality of learning of students. So learning in a way is possible in the absence of teaching. Like if a teacher is, if a student is not enrolled in a particular course, he wants to learn something, he can definitely learn it through YouTube videos or through reading books and so on. So learning is possible without teaching, but definitely teaching without learning is of no use. I am, as a teacher, teaching continuously in the classes, making all efforts, but if I am not able to achieve the objective of having a set of satisfied students, a set of students who have increased their knowledge base, who have increased their level of understanding, then whole of my effort has gone waste. So how to assess whether what I'm doing is in the right direction? Assessment comes to our rescue for that. So it's very essential to monitor at every stage how the student is grasping the concepts and grasping the topics that we are teaching. So assessment in a way helps to, again, I'm repeating the same thing, it helps to achieve, it improves, it gives us measures to improve over time, for students also and for teachers also, and kind of motivates the students to study because they have a target to achieve at this particular point. They have to do this kind of a quiz, or they have to attempt this kind of an assignment, so they have to study to be able to solve that, and so on. So, and also it helps us to rank the students' capabilities in relation to the whole. So this is what is the background of, I think my whole screen is not visible here, but anyway, just a minute, I'm so sorry. Yeah, so now how to assess? The assessment tools can be many, as I have already told you. So quickly, without wasting time, I'll quickly come to assessment tools, my perspective of them. Because assessment can be of various types. Everybody could be using some tools as their favorite ones or as the most useful ones. So what I felt in my course of 20 years, what kind of an assessment becomes more beneficial for my set of students for a physics course per se. So first of all, I'm going to talk about assessment and evaluation in an offline classroom, because there is a huge lot of difference between the assessment tools which we require for an offline classroom as against an online classroom. So as again, in an offline classroom, which is the normal classroom, we definitely need the normal formative, then diagnostic, and then summative assessment tools. So basically, I will just give a brief overview of what we have been doing, just like I just mentioned the entire thing earlier also, diagnostic assessment where revision classes are held, problem solving is. So this is just again a recap, but it is in context with the offline classes. So then diagnostic assessment where I assess what should be the starting point for my lectures to go on. Then having an interactive classroom where I share the concept. So now this is a very, very important aspect of an offline class where the class has to be interactive, because just having a monologue in a class is absolutely not interesting and also not fruitful. Because when you're teaching or sharing a concept, like physics is a subject which is full of concepts. Everything around us, all the things that we see around us, all the phenomena that we see around us, which we see around us, have a justification in physics. So physics requires a logical thinking and an inquisitive nature of the student. So
ma'am, only 1 minute is left.
Oh my God. So I have to really rush. Okay, fine. So interactive classroom is very important. So I'll just quickly go through what I do in offline mode. So this is interactive classroom, which I just said. It helps in learning quickly and makes the learning also interesting. But to my surprise, it just involves 20% of the students, because there are only 20% of students whom you'll find in a class will be more vocal and will be talking more in a class, and they'll be interacting more. Then another means is tutorials where we have problem solving sessions, visual discussions and interactions. And this is a very excellent way of assessing the quantum of learning, especially in topics in physics courses, because it's just not important to learn the concept. It is very important to be able to apply the concept to the problems, to the real-time situations, because ultimately they are going to use these tools for further research areas and so on. And then another aspect is projects, presentations, which is again application-based project. And so we can give them topics where they can actually use their own understanding and use their own vision and prepare and present that topic in the class. So my students find this the most favorable one and the most interesting one, because they get a chance to be on the other side of the classroom. And also an important aspect is covered by projects and presentations, because these days it's just not sufficient to know something. It's very important to be able to communicate your knowledge. So in a way, this gives them a chance to develop those communication skills also. Then we have class tests, which is a conventional tool, which is a method of direct assessment, but students are not very fond of. And then assignments, which is again direct assessment, where questions are given in a group and students can discuss and solve them. And it helps them in having a team building kind of that kind of a character, or that kind of a team building aspect is takes place, and that kind of a team building management also they kind of learn. So it also gives them, like in assignments, the questions that I prefer to give is not a simple derivation or something. We generally give questions which make them think out of the box to attempt those questions. So it in a way tests their ability to recapitulate and also use critical thinking to attempt those questions. Then a very, very important aspect of offline class is the body language of the student, where while we are teaching, we know the student is sitting right in front of us, and we see him, concentrating, his eye movement, his hand, the way he's sitting. I can make out whether he's understanding my topic or not. So it's a clear indicator of how well he's grasping. And also attendance. Though university has, said 5 marks will be given for attendance to all students, but not all students bother about those 5 marks. So if I have students coming week after week in my classes, attending them without a break, it gives me a boost that yes, I'm successful in keeping them involved in the class. And lastly,
kindly conclude.
Yeah, just give me 2 minutes. I have a very important aspect to share, so I would like to share that. Please, just 2 more minutes. So I prepared according to 15 minutes paper, so just 2 more minutes, sorry. So another one is the feedback mechanism. So every college now has to take feedbacks from all the students, and these feedbacks are anonymous. So they will tell how they assess a particular teacher based on her conceptual knowledge or her understanding and how well she's able to communicate. So all those feedbacks are also finally shared with us, and we come to know where we lag and what is the scope of our improvement. And then at the same time, I also make sure that we have open sessions at the end of the semester where I interact with my students, and then they share their opinions and views, which sometimes are really very productive. And then the final evaluation, which is a pen and paper exam. So now coming to the most important aspect of my case study, that was the online exam, the assessment and evaluation in the online exam, where unfortunately no direct communication is there with the students. So we can't assess based on their body language, and it becomes more challenging to keep the students involved. They face lots of issues like network problems and limited data plans, and so there is irregularity in the class. So it's very difficult to keep them engrossed. So I'm just going to present 2 case studies in just a quick span of 1 minute. So 2020, when all this started, were very unprecedented times. Nobody was aware such a situation would come, but education never stopped. So from
kindly conclude, it is 16 minutes now.
From offline, it immediately shifted to online, and we were all caught unaware. So initially, the online classes, they felt like temporary arrangements. So I had students all motivated. They all joined my online teaching learning process, and everything went off very smoothly. So I'll quickly come to the second case study, which is very alarming. The second case study is of 2021 recent, where I had a batch of students who were quite demotivated because their final evaluation was not done. Their exams got cancelled, so their morale was quite down, and they were in a way very disinterested. So using the diagnostic assessment, I assessed that their knowledge, their foundation was very weak. So I used discussion sessions or oral sessions, numericals, and problem solving sessions to reach to a certain level to get them interested in my paper. So, and previous concepts were not clear. So I identified the starting point, and then various measures were taken. They were given tasks where they were asked to finish a certain topic and present it in the class. Then tutorial and remedial classes were held. Interactive sessions on certain topics were held. So diagnostic assessment proved to be a boon. And later on now, then I devised formative assessment techniques where interactive classes, in addition to interactive classes, every 4th class was made a tutorial, and a 5-minute quiz was given to students after a completion of every topic. So I'll just quickly wind up and tell you what were the results of those 5-minute quizzes. That initially I had a bunch of students which were demotivated, and in the first assessment I had no student getting in the band of 90 to 100% marks, and even in 80 to 90 there were only a few students. But I'm just giving you a result of 5 such quizzes that were held, and after the 5th quiz I could see a tremendous increase in the number of students getting marks more than 90 to 100%. So this is also a chart, which is bar chart, which is showing that. So I'll not spend more time on this. So,
thank you, ma'am. Please.
So my conclusion is continuous evaluation is very, very important. Every batch of student is different. So based on the assessment, we have to devise the teaching methodology methodology, plan it very judiciously, and continuous evaluation is the need of the hour. Education is not the learning of the facts, but the learning of the mind to think. This is what Einstein said, and we have to develop that in our students. Thank you so much, and thank you, Dr. Singhal, for giving me the extra time. I'm really sorry for exceeding that, and thanks everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Any question? The question is asked. Okay, Neeraj, sir, ma'am, why the summative assessment is given lot of weightage? Comparatively, formative assessment is undergraduate level. As a student result sheet reflect mostly on summative and not on formative.
See, actually, summative again, it becomes absolute, very, very relative. Like it depends on how the teacher assesses the students. So unless we have grades, we cannot compare between a few set of students. So it is important, but yes, it is not totally important. That's why my concluding remark is that continuous evaluation is the need of an hour. We cannot just depend on the final class test or an assignment which we give to the student. We have to continuously evaluate how he or she is performing in the class. And I mean, this has been the recent times which has taught us this, that when we have online education, when we have students who are going through a lot of other issues, medical issues and their personal issues, we have to be there to help them learn in a better way rather than pressurizing them. So continuous evaluation definitely is the need of the hour.
Thank you, ma'am. No other question is there. So thank you, Neetu, ma'am, for your presentation.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
This is the last presentation of today. So on behalf of IAPT RC1, I would like to thank all the participants, all the eminent lecturer speakers who presented today. I would also like to thank Professor S.C. Pradhan sir, chief guest of today, and all the IAPT members, Tiwari sir, Tejwani sir, Bhandari sir, and with the permission of our president, Sri Srivastava sir. So can I end the meeting now? With your permission, sir? Srivastava sir?
You can.
Okay, Tiwari sir. Thank you, sir. So we are ending the